Yo, yo, yo. Hold on, let me get everybody in there. Let's do. Yeah. Hold on, everybody. Let me get everything set up. I'm sorry. I'm doing this from my iPad. I couldn't get to the computer, so I just used my iPad, but we in here. We in here. We're gonna have a nice little conversation. So let me.
What up?
Who hit the bat signal? What up,
signal,
what up, Chef?
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Who hit the pseudo bat signal? What they doing?
I got snowed out of work today and shit, so you know.
Oh, you got snowed out. You got snowed out.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, let's go live, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Catching the heat from PhDs.
Catching the heat from the PhDs.
Nothing beats methodology.
You know what the automatic red flag is? You know, when somebody got PhD on the cover of their book, that's an automatic red flag to me.
Yeah.
Every book I own is written by a PhD, but not one of them have PhD in or on the book.
Yield to authority.
Right.
Elitist type of mindset.
Yeah, I'm always suspicious of when people tout they PhD.
Yeah. That would be like when I come on the pseudo killers. Every time I introduce myself, I've got to mention that I'm a degreed or a titled engineer in biochemistry, and I'm scientifically literate. No, I don't need to do that to have a conversation.
Most people only know that you no, I didn't hear no echo. Do you? Y'all hear echo?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I hear a little echo.
It's on
Yeah, I
on
hear
my
that
end.
echo too.
It's on all of us. It's on all of us.
It's playing in somebody's background.
Playing
Somebody
in
got to turn their
somebody's
computer down.
Maybe it's me. I'm on the car. I'm on the car phone.
Yeah, I don't even have YouTube open.
Let me do this. Hold on. Let's see.
All right. Is the echo still?
No,
I
no.
don't hear it.
It's
I don't
better
hear it
now?
anymore either.
Good.
Nah,
good,
it's
good.
good.
I got two settings in here, man. I don't know. There's two different kind of microphones. I don't know. But yeah. But what was we saying, Cedric?
Yeah, these the appeal to authority and Garfield just raising some valid points. And man, they went in. The Blackology
Oh yeah,
on
yeah.
PhD level.
Yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Like most people that come on here don't even realize your credibility, you know, your credentials, right? Until like one of us say it. Like I never really heard you say it. You know what I'm saying?
No, because
yeah.
I fit a very particular niche. And on the pseudo killers, it's much broader than that. I'm mostly a student on here. And I appreciate the way the learning process happens. And it's regardless of the subject matter, it's just that we apply proper methodology and we ain't scared to attack sacred cows. I'm in heaven. I don't need more than that.
Right.
Right.
So it
So
ain't,
yeah,
it
we
ain't
all
about,
learning. We all students on here. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you know, nobody on here knows everything. So
You
that's
ain't supposed to. That's how you learn. And the more times I'm corrected, the better I feel, because that's some stupidity that got out of my system. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're supposed to be in an environment where you want to learn, where you come away from an episode going, damn, I didn't know that. You know?
right.
But
Yeah.
but it seems like the Blackology and the pseudoisms and the whole Egyptomania is man, like I appreciate, again, our pseudo is all hell. Knowing geography, having traveled most of the world, still thought that Kemet was somewhere up in the Mediterranean, not on the continent of Africa. It was completely disassociated from Africa for me. Okay, now it's placed in its right context. We have a global understanding of what it is. Why do we have to, like, I'm not an Egyptian though. I'm not even an East African. I lived in Europe with East Africans, people from Somalia, people from Eritrea, from Madagascar. We relate because we're all Africans, but we phenotypically we're different. Culturally we're different. You know what I mean? Like in West Africa, you don't hear people chewing on chat. That's something is done in Eastern Africa, that they chew on this kind of leaf that is high in caffeine. It's almost like chewing cocaine. That's East African. West Africans don't do that. It's like so many cultural differences. Why do we have to assume that we are East Africans? Like, why? West Africa, in terms of their development, were further along in terms of iron smelting than Egypt ever was. You know, like why don't we look at and appreciate the Western coast for what it was, our origins, and why this glorification of Egypt and putting you prior to Planck time? Like, it is crazy for me. I mean, I love being in a predominantly Black environment, learning about myself and my culture, but not at the expense of scientific literacy, correct thinking, proper use of logic and reason. Like, I'm not gonna get away from that to embrace nothing. So I've never been to the coast. I've never been to Africa, but so I'm anti-African for even having this position according to Rev. It's like,
Right.
it's crazy. Like no, how? Because I don't accept heck as atom.
Hey, you can't be disrespecting that. Like, that's the line right there. I'm fucking with you. But yeah, man. It's I you know, and the thing is, like, it's not like I see something wrong with appreciating different cultures. You know what I'm saying? Understanding you know, different languages, different cultures. I mean, that's good. You know, I mean, if that's what you want to you know, get yourself into, I don't see any harm in that. I just have the issue with, you know, the way, and the thing is, like, Black people in this community, they come out of one way of thinking, and then, you know, trying to, you know, find themselves a identity, and then they get drawn into, you know, trying to fight back against, you know, the things that we went through, the things that our ancestors went through. I think they overdo it, you know, with trying to kind of take. I think the saying was, we taking back Egypt from the white man. You know what I'm saying? And I just think we had a misunderstanding of science altogether, how science works altogether when we took on that endeavor. You know what I mean? So, you know, we didn't have a proper understanding, you know, of the genetics that goes into it, different migration patterns, the economic, social situation, you know, just the geographical location all together, right? And then when you put all those together, right, then you find out, you know, we got very little, if anything, with Egypt as far as like African Americans over here. You know what I mean? But the whole thing was to edify ourselves. The reason why we got there is to be trying to edify ourselves and to get ourselves, you know, to break the chains and shackles from our minds. You know what I'm saying? That was how we kind of got to the romanticization of Egypt. You know what I mean?
Indeed, and yeah, and we I guess we took it too far left, so we end up with Shaka Atmos and these guys with locks and painting their eyes and like, but wait a minute, wait, like that ain't necessary though. Like I live in the Caribbean. I was born and raised here. Having an understanding, a connection to the continent doesn't mean now I got to walk around in African, in Ghanaian garb all day. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit within the environment that I live in now. You know, it just doesn't. And when we having these conversations, all of a sudden, science again becomes the white man's. And we are looking at it through a European perspective. We just analyze things based on facts, and science has a methodology and a process. It's not indicative of a color or people. Like these arguments just rattle my brain. And when you hear PhDs talking like that, then I seriously have to question, you know, you're a PhD, you're talking white man science, and no. This is scary stuff. That's why nobody likes the pseudo killers. Because when I hear things like prove that the scientists say that you can't post hoc rationalize, why would I have to prove a negative? It's simply a fact of logic. There is no reason for any scientist to explicitly say you can't do this. What you have to prove is where the scientists say this and this are equatable based on this and this and this, and we can put it together with this and this and this, and based on science, we can draw that conclusion. You will not find a paper anywhere where a scientist, an astrophysicist, will look at ancient cosmology and conclude that there are similarities. None, never. You ain't gonna be able to pull it up. So when we as laymen decide that we are going to do that equivocation, it's a false one. That should end that argument. If you're scientifically literate, like people keep claiming others aren't, then you would know from the principle of methodology, you can't do that. And if you have any understanding of reasoning, you would know the question you're asking is an invalid one. That's like people trying to tell me prove God don't exist. Huh? Why would I have to? You have to prove he does. This is falsehood in reasoning.
All right.
What's going on, man? What it do?
More Bobby, what's
at,
going on, bro?
What's up with y'all, man? Concrete, Corey, Kent, Cedric. What up, man?
What it do? What it do?
Brother
What it
Banks.
do? Banging
with
Bobby.
It's a
Yeah,
winter
you know,
wonderland. You know what I mean?
Oh, you snowing? You
Winter
snowing?
Yeah.
Snowing where you at?
Yeah. We got about 1.5 feet here, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. We in there. Chef Fennell, what's good, man?
What's going on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We still live?
Yeah, we live.
Y'all
Thank
sure?
you.
Because my internet went out. I'm
No,
They
I'm the
live
host. I'm the host now, so.
oh, okay.
Yeah, he the host. You good?
All right,
You
good.
good?
All right.
Yeah. I think
No, you got it
there's
back
limits.
now, Chef. It went back to you somehow.
Okay.
I didn't give it to you.
So y'all do understand the journey, though, right?
Go ahead.
Definitely.
I'm just saying, it's a journey, and the shit is super slick and funny and ha ha he he when you blasting everybody else's cosmology. Ha ha! Hebrews ain't no shit. Ho ho! Yeah, right. But when the magical thinking is turned on you, then oh no, they wasn't really doing it. That's not how it was, and you anti-African. But it's just a real slick way of trying to act like your ancestors didn't have magical thinking. So we find ourselves in this situation right now where it's not even a back and forth, because a back and forth means the other side actually got something, right? Most people don't even realize that there was a time period on planet Earth where the geocentric model was at play, where human beings strictly thought that the sun went around the earth. So watch this. It's we say science is counterintuitive. So it's counterintuitive, right? When you're standing on earth, and for you to say, right, as you're looking at the sun go around the earth, because that's what you see, it's counterintuitive to say no. The earth is really going around the sun. No matter what y'all say right now, if you go outside, smoke some weed, sit out there all day long and stir, you'll see the sun move across the sky. No one could tell you different. What tells you different is science. But your five senses, your eyes, what you're looking at, your balance doesn't tell you that the earth is moving. You can't feel the earth moving. So to say the earth is actually moving around the sun is counterintuitive. All your intuition, all your senses tell you that you're standing on the earth that's flat and the sun is going around you. And it was that way for thousands of years. Millions of years.
It's in the
The
nomenclature.
hominids looked up. looked up and seen the sun moving over their motherfucking head.
It's
Right?
in the
So,
nomenclature.
okay, so when we make the statement that nobody knew that the earth was actually going around the planet, we're not knocking nobody. But they're diving there and say, yeah. Why am I talking about the earth and the sun right now? Because we actually got people amongst us, that's our Hotep, Wu Jahi in and out, and I ain't heard from Sean. They'll actually make you think that there's correlations with the Big Bang. But wait a minute, they ain't even know that the earth was going around the sun yet. How do you not know that the earth is going around the sun yet? You're not even out your own solar system. You didn't even know it was a Milky Way galaxy, right? But yet you know the string theory. Nah, it's a bunch of slick, fancy talk. I'm sitting back laughing. Ha. Yeah, man, it's just religion at this point, bro. My religion is better than yours. I just wanted to say that.
When you point out that you're going to make an unfalsifiable claim, because you are going to explain to me how this little piece of their philosophy fits into modern science. And there is nothing I can do to prove to you that it's wrong, because I've not been initiated. I don't understand the hieroglyphs. I don't understand the way the Egyptians were thinking. So Nu is pre-plankton because I said so. It's unfalsifiable claim. This is not, you can say anything. That's the same thing all religions do. They post hoc rationalize and they make unfalsifiable claims. Like that's a religious practice right there. It's apologetics 101. All of this, what they're engaging in is religious behavior. And they don't let, and Sean saying who's scientifically literate and not, and then turn around and makes a illogical question. You need to prove a negative. Show me where a scientist doesn't say that. A scientist never's gonna tell you anywhere that you can't find a round square. It's simply illogical. What you would need to do when claiming a round square, you would have to prove that. You would have to find a science that says there is a round square. Like, it's not on me to find a scientist to say what no scientist would need to say. You have to find a scientist that verifies ancient cosmology, has parallels, has similarities, or talks about Big Bang, or is close. You would have to find a scientist that puts that in a paper and bring it to me. Otherwise, do not draw those comparisons and don't use those scientists' books or whatever to draw your conclusion. That's unscientific. You can't bring a paper, but you're gonna claim Neil deGrasse Tyson wrote X, and because he wrote X and it sounds similar to what is written there, that means it's the same thing. How is that scientific? How can you make that equation? How can we do a comparison? Like, this makes no sense. This is religious endeavors. You guys are crazy. Common sense tells you the sun sets. It's in our nomenclature. Science teaches you otherwise. These ancient people didn't have these tools. That ends the conversation right there. It's all imagination.
Why they throw the African thing in there though? I said no ancient society understood the Big Bang, yeah. And why we had to try to prove that Africa was the best. Like, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Like it actually devalues why ancient civilizations created cosmology in the first place. It gave them a place on Earth. It gave them a place in the sky, right? It gave meaning to their world and their sensibilities. Like, what is it that we doing? Where is it? You know, it's the ancient question, where we come from, how we get here. You know what I'm saying? Why we here? Right? We act like humans understood all these things. No, they didn't understand that you beside your woman, and your woman has fallopian tubes, and the sperm, right? Actually, what it hits the egg, fertilizes the egg, all the sperm. Like they ain't know all that, and act like they knew all that is banana. It's the same conversation. They just didn't know. And remember, magical thinking and science can exist in the same space. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to do it until they started being when Homo sapiens sapiens start to be less magical thinking. That's when shit started to take off. So they was killing you for saying Zeus didn't create thunder and lightning. That's the pushback. House arrest, Galileo. We're going to kill you, Copernicus. Heliocentric model. So these were the fights that occurred. These were imprisonments, house arrests, thrown out the country. You're crazy. And we're going through the same thing. If we was back in ancient times, Joe, we would have to have our guns ready for these niggas.
Yep.
Think about what I'm saying.
I keep saying it. If we were in ancient times, I would have probably been lynched for my position in vaccines and God in my community. I would have had a lynch mob in front of my house with pitchforks. We are lucky.
Yeah, right. So now it's a mini lynching. It's a mini, we're gonna tear them down. Hey, they don't care about Africa. But if you slow the conversation down, like Wuja say, slow it down, right? You just said it, Cedric. Now, all of a sudden, science has become white thinking.
Yeah.
How did that happen? We was just fighting yesterday this science coming out of our earliest papyri talking about the scientific method and the first million years of life on Earth, human life, right? Technology led the way. And how did it get white now? Why is it that we're shifting now? I'm very consistent. Why now is science all of a sudden white? It's amazing how magical thinking makes you do it. Why now I don't do science? Never said I did do science. I said I'm scientifically literate, right? I said I know when a nigga making shit up, right? And I got you because you're making shit up. No matter how many words you come up with, no matter how, they did not understand the heliocentric model.
Nope, they didn't.
So far, let's say this, right? Because I'm waiting for Asar. I challenge Asar Hotep to a duel in the middle of the street right now. I challenge you. Go get the Bantu speakers proving the heliocentric model. Let's debate that. All the cronies, right? All the people that want to see it, go get them. Take me to your leader.
Bring Fuki out.
Watch how they get down. Watch how they do it. Watch how he fake you out. And you gotta know linguistics. The Helio sun comes from the ancient Bantu. It comes from the ancient Egyptian. It comes from the Bantu, means circle, mean rotation, from the word cuckoo, 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 boo, 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 which means rotates around the sun. Watch how he get down.
Well,
And
just
that's
Sunday.
my man. That's my man.
It's crazy because just Sunday, Asar said that quantum field theory is African culture, and he can prove it. Yeah.
Malachi, y'all could prove that he was from another planet too.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Asar Imhotep, the clock is on. we've been looking at the game tapes. You know what I mean? We done went in the crates on you, bro.
Yeah.
So you need to turn away from your evil ways now. That's one of the saying. Turn away from it.
You know what's funny? Zion Lex, right? Lion Lex, right? He tried to use a statement that I use against Asaf. But wait a minute. See, this is what the Hebrews don't get. Like when in science and academia, the challenge is always on. This is not nothing new. I've always challenged Asaf Hotep. You can go to old blog talk shows where I don't agree with you. And that's not an indictment, right, to the friendship or an indictment to scholarship that we want to produce or the scientific method. But this is how you get at the truth. So the Hebrews who all agree to get along, that's religion. That's religion, right? It doesn't harm our friendship to say, I don't agree with you. We fight like cats and dogs over here. Over slavery, Egyptians, black, green, purple, but that ain't got nothing to do with the friendship. See, that's where y'all get it fucked up. So Zion Lex got it fucked up. I'ma be in your head, Zion Lex. See, that's a difference for me.
Yeah. Try to go at my boy Sean wrong way and see what happens.
Y'all niggas is wrong.
Try to go at my boy Sean the wrong way, see what happens. We disagree on this point, but that's my boy. No, we no, it ain't nothing personal over here. It's all love.
Business, nigga.
We'll make the mistake. But I'm gonna beat him up though.
Business. It's the business, yo. Like somebody gotta do it, yo. You can't wear the African shield and be protected from science when you try to introduce folklore, mythology, philosophy into the conversation, right? Come on, yo, hell, the motherfucking damn near the Nile Valley niggas invented fucking philosophy, damn near. The Africans developed the first religions organized. Like, come on, yo. That shit crazy. The mystical thinking started in Africa.
And not only that, but Cedric, I was gonna say, Cedric, you and Sean, y'all may disagree on maybe this subject, right? But as far as like biology goes, y'all not gonna have any disagreements.
There's no disagreement. I don't.
Right.
When Sean speaks, I just look, shake my head, and walk away. Like, yeah, there's nothing to add. That's on point. Like, yeah, there's no disagreement there. So it's not across the board. We're gonna disagree on certain subjects, but doesn't mean that that there's any animosity. Like anybody got that twisted or confused about that, then you misunderstand what the pseudo killers are, because we go at it. Like, let us start talking about the color of Egypt and watch me get all pseudo.
Right.
You know, so like, come on, like, don't get it twisted. But this is how science works. You make a claim, even to get your PhD, you gotta sit in front of a panel that tears your shit apart. And you gotta stand there and defend your points, argue your position. It's not a given, but it seems like some of these guys, they want to make a presentation and say good night. Yeah, I've spoken. Like, no. Now you can do your presentation. Now let's go point by point over everything you just said. And don't tell me I don't know or I don't understand because I disagree. And if I don't understand, it's your job as a scholar to expound on your position and back up your claims. You don't tell me I'm not initiated. You don't give me the linguistics runaround. You don't try to mischaracterize what mathematics is and say things like without Einstein, without his imagination, he couldn't understand the curvature of space-time. No, he was doing calculations, and the calculations triggered his imagination for him to say, wait a minute, if I got this, then it's space-time. Let me do the math. Oh shit, the math pans out. So don't, and you're being disingenuous when you try to misquantify or misuse terms to fit your narrative, you're doing the general public a disservice. When you say things like string theory is it's only a theory, it's not a hypothesis, so it's their imagination. No, it's a string theory, the calculations of string theory are all based on existing math, on existing proven math. So you can't just put it into the realm of speculation. It's a valid hypothesis. So when you don't explain these things to our audience, you're confusing them, and only to prove something that has no merit anyway. Like, why would you take away from the scientific process to prove an unvalid point and one that has no merit in our existence today? Why would you do that? That's disingenuous. Asa, you gotta speak for yourself. I've been studying the tapes.
Yeah, I want to see his presentation on quantum field. He said he got a book, or
it's cracking jokes, yo.
I believe he said he got a book coming out, or he gonna do a presentation on quantum field theory and how it's a part of.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I don't want to hear it. I'm not spending one dime on that.
Well, I'm interested in hearing.
Prove to me that the heliocentric model is in Africa in ancient times. They looked in the sky, they seen the sun move, so much so that they measured it with the megaliths. It allowed them to know the seasons and when the rains would come. Yo, that's things that repeatedly, right? It repeated over and over again. If you're around long enough, you can see it repeating itself, and you put up structures to make sure it's repeating itself. You figured out the seasons. Man, that shit is groundbreaking. That's like having a 747 at 3000 BCE, 5000 BCE. Like, we don't understand how spectacular that was for Homo sapiens to recognize the seasons are changing. It's time to plant. Like, y'all, like, that's, and you can see it in the culture because they start to get farming. You don't be planting without knowing when it's time to plant, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Like we've been saying from day one. Corey been saying it, Chef been saying it, Vance been saying it, Cedric been saying it, we all been saying it. Right? We all been saying that, yo, you will see, the fact that they can do that, you will see something out of that. What is the residual? What is the byproduct of that? Farming. I'm gonna let y'all know right now. When they realize evolution, for real, how it worked, when they realized the heliocentric model, it changed the world. It changed the world. The whole earth changed. When they understood the seasons, it changed the world at 5000 BCE. The problem is that modern people, African Americans, looking back at Africa, right, don't know Africa, but they think we don't know Africa. No, I understand the way Africans think. And if you know how Africans think, right, then you know what they do. But if you understand how Homo sapiens think, then you understand how all humans think. And now you got to realize, okay, what cultures are they using to transform their thinking? That's a different conversation. But minimizing what the African did at 5000 BCE is really anti-African. So they become anti-African without even knowing it. Saying science is European, it's anti-African. So who's really the anti-African? Those who seek to tell the raw and uncut truth about Homo sapiens as they resided in Africa and left, or those who want to make up the flying through the air, the spaceships, the quantum physics, the string theories, the big bangs? Right. Yeah, we just up for it. And it's not going to stop. We're not letting off the gas. We're not stopping. We're not holding back. We don't have to. Science is undefeated. We don't have to. We know what they know. We know what the ancients knew about the cosmos. Okay, so all that got to be initiated. An initiation don't get your motherfucking telescope. An initiation don't get you interstellar. Simple. Yeah, we ain't letting off the gas. It ain't personal. It's just business. The business of making sure the babies get accurate science. Period.
Yeah, the point that you brought up, the heliocentric model. What people got to realize is what you're saying is that the world was at a particular level, not just Africa. It's where the world was at, right? It's just like saying that the world didn't have airplane technology before the Wright brothers. That's just a fact, right? There was no airplanes before the Wright brothers. So we can't then take that back to ancient times and say, well, they knew about aeronautics in ancient times. No, if they did, they would have had, like Corey say, a byproduct from that, right? Which would have been flying apparatuses, right? If they understood that science, right? The same way if they understood particle physics or something, they would have had byproducts from that. You can't say noon was represented particle physics and, you know what I mean, stuff like that without them having byproducts from that. Like electricity. They didn't have electricity.
They didn't have electricity, yo.
Go ahead, Cedric.
Yeah, I was saying we keep running past that stop sign. When Corey made that point, it was like, we can pack up and go home.
Right.
Yo, they didn't even have electricity, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Their knowledge would be expressed in their byproducts.
Mm-hmm.
Naphtha. They understood how the weather system works, the local climate. They could forecast. They didn't have electricity, guys. We don't need to go and try to figure out atoms, and they didn't have electricity. We don't go past that stop sign. Corey made that point. We have to wrap the show up, say goodnight, and let it sit in people's brains, because we make these deep points and people don't stop and think. Like the exercise Sosa did. I think Corey did it. We showed Wu Jiao apologetics, unfalsifiable claims. Like we did that exercise using SETI.
Sarah Suden SETI, yeah.
Sarah Suden SETI, and I'm sitting back and I'm smiling and I'm saying, look, Wu Jiao is gonna miss the point because he's trying to argue against it, and he doesn't realize every claim you make is unfalsifiable. It's your opinion. Like you're showing him what apologetics is, and he doesn't realize it. So when I'm telling him, forecasting what he's gonna do, predicting what he's gonna do, it's based on understanding the logical fallacy that he's applying, and he's freaking out. He cannot finish his sentences. And we're trying to show him you're gonna do Christian apologetics, dude. Like you're making unfalsifiable claims. Anything we say, you don't understand, and you're not initiated, and you don't understand the language, and you gotta understand their mindset. And of course, I'm the expert, so I can tell you how the Egyptians think. You don't, because your common sense and your logical, deductive reasoning capability won't apply here, because they knew about their five senses and the limitations, and so they invented gods to fill those gaps in their knowledge. Like he basically said that, and no, Joe, show me their tech, show me the telescopes, show me something that could allow them to even begin to ask these questions. This is what they do.
So it gets to the point where that's why I brought it back to Unk's initial point about the heliocentric model, because the claim is always levied at us that we're somehow turned down Africa when we're just talking about the knowledge of the people at the time that y'all saying. That's the only thing that we're talking about It's not putting down Africa. It's not putting down, you know, if the world wasn't at that level, right?
Nobody.
Right, nobody. That's Europe included. That's Asia included. That's the Americas. We're saying that
Nobody.
the world wasn't at these levels, right? To say that they had some type of understanding, right, or they could parallel aspects of the Big Bang. Think about this. They would have had to at least be at Einstein level, right? They would have had to at least be where Einstein was at in 1905, because the priest that made the hypothesis for the Big Bang Theory used Einstein's earlier mathematical equations to even to hypothesize that the goddamn universe was expanding and came from a single point.
Stop saying.
Right.
Mathematics.
So we're saying that the ancient people, right, would have had to at least been at Einstein's level, right? That Einstein, they would have had to at least be at Einstein's equations to even formulate that the goddamn universe, you know, started from a single or localized point and moved forward from there. They would have had to be at Einstein level.
Yo, Chef, the heliocentric model was not even widely accepted into the 17th century.
Exactly.
So, like, there you go, right there. Like, what else is it to say? Like, if somebody else knew something else, they would have said something before then. Like, it's just, I don't know. They knew it, didn't say nothing. Bantu knew it, didn't say nothing about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was accepted in West Africa, though.
Yeah, West Africans. Ask Fukia. Ask Fukia.
No, listen.
No.
I'm telling you. Chef, you can pull it up, though. Yeah, when the Arabs came in, they was actually teaching the heliocentric model in West Africa in schools in Timbuktu, I believe. I think I got that part right.
Before the 17th century?
I think so.
Because you're talking about,
Chef, pull it up.
we're talking Copernicus and all, like, I don't know.
Who was Copernicus? No. What's the date on Copernicus? Not before Copernicus, bro. Let's get that straight.
Okay, I think Copernicus is 15th.
You fucking up,
No, I know how I said that's fiction. No,
in 14, in 1444, Nicholas Copernicus again argued for the revolution of the Earth around the sun, right? So he brought it back up, right, in the 14th century, right? And then he wrote a book on it. Or there was a hold on, let me see here. Again, argue each other and everybody, but it wasn't until the publication of Nicholas Copernicus's book, and this was in 1543. The heliocentric began reestablishment. So yeah, it took 100 years, basically, damn near. I mean, when Nicholas Copernicus brought it back up, right, and then so they didn't accept it until 1633, basically.
All right, so Chef, what am I talking about? Because remember, I put the astronomer there. Remember that was at the at New England Journal. What was the fuck is and he was talking, come on, Carl, what the fuck is you about to do? And he was talking about how they was teaching the heliocentric model in Timbuktu. You know what I'm talking about, Sean? I mean, Chef.
Vaguely. I don't know if that's
That's not before Copernicus, though. Yeah, I'm not.
It would have to be.
Damn, you sure?
Yeah, I mean Timbuktu and all of that. That was
what
14. That was the 13s and 1400s, like.
Right,
So
and that was, if they was teaching that in the 1400s, like I said, that was when Nicholas Copernicus was bringing that back up. Somebody speculated about it. Philois, some Greek philosopher was speculating, right, but he had it wrong. He said that the Earth was revolving around, some mystical center. He kind of like was wrong. He was halfway. I think he was I don't know really what he was trying to say, but
yeah.
then you know, like I said, old boy came in and knocked it down. Ptolemy of Alexandria, he like, no, the earth is stationary and things revolve around the earth. You know what I'm saying? The earth is just stationary.
I'm gonna put up the lecture, yo. I'm gonna put up the lecture. The guy that was saying this Dogon didn't. He was
and
just
then 1400 years, it was like that. And Ptolemy of Alexandria said that, right? And it wasn't until 1400 years later it got challenged, but they wasn't trying to hear Nicholas of Cassis. I think that's Nicholas Copernicus right there. Yeah. So they wasn't trying to hear Copernicus. But go ahead, Joe. Y'all have something else?
They killed him.
Right.
It's in our thing, yo.
Yeah, I got the article right here. I'm just looking. I'm just taking little parts out of the article. You know what I'm saying? Just the dates and shit, so we can have the dates right. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna find it, yo. It was in West Africa, not before Copernicus. So let's get that straight. I think they.
Okay, yeah, that's fine because that was when
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, but see, motherfucker think if the African didn't invent it, then it couldn't be so. That's the bullshit, yo. That ain't fair, yo. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, because the Muslim golden age was from the 9th to the 13th century. And that's the whole Islamic world. You know what I mean? Their contribution was from the 9th to the 13th century. That's when their golden age was. So I can't even. I know that they was teaching. It was sources that said that Timbuktu was teaching geography from globes during that time. But I don't know if they had the heliocentric model, but they definitely had the spherical Earth model.
Right.
Yeah.
The Arabs had already concluded that. You know what I mean?
Because around Columbus's time, the Columbus's voyage was so unique because a lot of people thought they were going to fall off the edge of the earth at that time. So in Europe, there was still a concept of the earth being flat in the late 1400s. So the Arabs in Africa were a step ahead already at that point in time. They understood the globe Earth.
All right, let's see. Heliocentrism. Heliocentrism is the astronomical model in which the Earth and planets revolve around the sun at the center of the universe. Historically, heliocentrism was opposed to geocentrism, which is the Earth as the center of the cosmos, which placed the Earth at the center. The notion that the Earth revolves around the sun had been proposed as early as the 3rd century BC by Oracatius of Samos, who had been influenced by a concept presented by Phalaenus of Croton in 385 BC. In the 5th century BC, the Greek philosopher Fallacies and Hesatius had the thought of different occasions that our Earth was spherical and revolving around a mystical central fire, and that this fire regulated the universe. In medieval Europe, however, Oracatius' heliocentrism attracted little attention possible because of the loss of scientific works of the heliocentric period. The Indian mathematician Aryabhata in the 5th century CE correctly insisted that the Earth rotates about its axis daily and that the apparent movement of the stars is a relative motion caused by the rotation of the Earth, contrary to the then prevailing view that the sky rotated. All right. This is indicated in the first chapter of the the Arabatiya, which is an Indian source, where he gives the number of rotations of the earth in a yuga, and made more explicit in his Gola chapter. It is not until the 16th century that a mathematical model of a heliocentric system was presented by the Renaissance mathematician, astronomer, and Catholic cleric Nicholas Copernicus, leading to the Copernican Revolution. In the following century, Johannes Kepler introduced elliptical orbits, and Galileo presented supporting observations made using a telescope. So, the 16th century, it was proposed as early as the 4th century BCE, but wasn't accepted.
Right, they didn't even accept it in the 16th century. It was to a century later, which was the 17th century, that they actually accepted it. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's look at that. Yeah. The 17th century will be the 1600s.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
So that goes back to Galileo with the invention of the telescope. He was able to, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so. And he was the first one to give the proper scientific method.
I think the Arabs actually saved the ancient knowledge. They saved the heliocentric model. Because motherfuckers wouldn't have known about it again. You remember when shit?
Yeah. At first they lost it. Yeah. Right. Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't even put together right. Like it wasn't. That was old boy that was talking about the mystical shit. You know what I mean? He didn't. Mm-hmm. He was halfway there, but not there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see what the Arabs had on the heliocentrism.
I think they got it from
the Greek.
You know, from the South. Yeah. Greek works. Yeah, they didn't come up with it.
All right, Islam proposed the mathematical model that was later adopted by Copernicus, unrevised in his heliocentric model. And Jim
he used the exact one they had. That's basically unrevised. That's basically what they're saying.
And so all right, you might be on to something, because that was in the 1200s, which was the 13th century.
Yeah, so remember I studied the house button.
That predates Copernicus.
What?
And,
what? Go ahead.
And Timbuktu was a part of that.
Now what you reading? Go back again. What you reading? Go ahead.
I'm reading the wiki.
With the wiki, all right, where we at? Which one?
It's 1201. I put in Islamic heliocentric model. And when you go down to Islam, it goes down to 1201 to 1274. Islam proposed the mathematical model that was later adopted by Copernicus, unrevised in his heliocentric model, and Jasmine al-Kishai's estimation of pi.
Yeah, that's the pi with the pyramid.
3.14. That.
Yeah, the Greeks, the pi, the pyramids, they think it's close to pi, yo. So you have to know pi when you do the measurement of it. Look it up.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Nah, it's actually not even a rabbit hole, yo.
You just threw the pyramids in there.
Nah, yo, it's pi, nigga. I'm trying to tell you.
You just pulled the Asar and Wuja.
Nah, I don't mind being wrong.
You gotta have a measuring system. That's for sure. Like you gotta have a system of measurement. So it's not far off. They had something like pi. I remember seeing a documentary on that. I would. I wouldn't argue that. I really, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say nothing wrong with that. Like,
they got the golden ratio. The base of it is
Golden ratio pseudo, but continue.
I don't know. Is it? Might not be.
it's a mathematical calculation, man. It's basic geometry. The pyramid, especially the last pyramid, is a symbol of basic geometry. So they knew
Absolutely,
basic
absolutely.
geometry. Yeah, so they had to know rudimentary geometry to create that pyramid. Whether they had the calculations or not, they had a measurement system which gave them the tools to use geometry. That's a fact.
I'm comfortable with that, Cedric. That's the perfect way to state that. Like they had a measurement system. They had a system of measuring. You know what I mean? Like what name you want to put on it, you know, I don't even want to get into that argument.
But it represents basic geometry. That's
that pyramid is a basic representation, like you said, of basic geometry. Yep. Absolutely. You couldn't have stated it that.
It's a high level shit. It's high level. That's why I get mad at niggas, yo. Like they did high level shit. Yeah, high level shit. But then you got to make them do all this shit. That's the bullshit. That's what I'm trying to tell everybody. Niggas ain't built, you know how big them motherfucking pyramids is, yo. Like, fuckers we talking about, yo, at 2800 BCE. Like, this shit is retarded. It make me mad, yo. Because it just make me mad.
And it's taken away from their real achievement, like you said, like that. Right. Like coming up with a system, a measurement, like that's not.
Yeah, like, and then put it in stone, like.
Yeah, and get a byproduct out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's the part about it. Like having a system that works, that produces byproducts. That's amazing. That's science. That's ingenuity. That's technology.
And we need to give them how they apply that math to their other buildings. Because they were able to create the arch and stuff like that. That's using basic geometry. You know, it's applied mathematics.
You fucking up. They ain't had an arch. You fucking up. They ain't had an arch. They had posts.
No, that came with the Romans. Yeah. My bad. The Romans built on that science and applied. My bad. You're right. I went too far. I went too far. I dove out the window.
You know what? But it's just funny, yo, because like the ingenuity that it took to construct the shit, right? All right, the manpower, like these niggas, like, and then people take that and mystify it, like the nigga Tahuti.
I forgot to say to you the other day, because you brought up Naphtaliah, and so I was reading something on that. I don't know if you shared the article or where I got the article, but you know it took a long time to build that. I think they say it's like 200 years or some shit like that. It's a crazy number, man, to build that.
No. I'm gonna show you how it went, yo. You was talking. Watch how it went. You were talking about Stonehenge, right?
Stonehenge.
I think that, but hold on, watch this, Corey. We realized that it took 2,000 years to culminate to make Stonehenge. So now, watch this, yo. How long did it take to get you to the point of Naphtaliah? See, that's the shit I've been saying. I've been holding back. It's gonna be in my book, dog. Think about that. It don't just pop up at 5,000 BCE. No, it takes time to get there, yo. Nothing in nature, you cannot. Nature is so fucking real that it forces you to take the steps. Every piece you learn about nature, then you can move up. You don't just start flying, nigga. You don't. You don't just build Naphtaliah. You don't just build Stonehenge. You gotta learn some shit first. Astronomy is skipping steps on fucking purpose. So when they come out there and tell y'all that they had that, say, yo, what about the steps before that? Because I don't let y'all in on the secret, yo. We don't even let a nigga start talking about that pyramid shit. We want to see the basic. Let me see my mastaba first. See, that's how we do, y'all. Look, nigga, you ain't just dive. No. You don't just dive into building pyramids, nigga. We got to see you fuck it up first. So we show you the bent pyramid. They fucked it up. We want to see the step pyramid first. Oh, step pyramid, right? No, mastabas then build a structure over top of the hole, then build something over top of that structure. Now you stacking mastabas. Oh, make a step pyramid. Oh, make a pyramid. Oh, you didn't make it. This shit is a bit. It did. Oh, now we see how they got there. So when we teach it, we teach that way. But now all of a sudden we skip steps. Nobody skips steps on planet Earth. You gotta have a fucking horse and wagon before you can have. You gotta have a real horse to produce horsepower before you can envision a engine with horsepower. That's the point, Corey.
Facts.
That's why they can't win the conversation. All right, nigga. They parallel. How they get to their parallel, nigga? Let me see. Let me see it.
You can't skip steps. Humans be human in all over the planet. I keep telling people, the Mayans, they had extremely good calendars, but they didn't know nothing about no Big Bang. But they all had creation myths. Kulu Kulu and the big snake and the serpent god and the jaguar king. They all had their mythologies and their cosmologies. They understood their environment, and we give them credit for that because they did some accurate calculations. That means their ability to observe and be consistent in their observations over a long period of time to document all these great years and understanding leap years and all of this. That took some ingenuity. Let us give them credit for what they did know. But don't come on. Modern astrophysics, like please, like come on. You need to develop to a certain point to be able to even ask certain questions.
Hey, check this out, Cedric. You might have been the person that come up with it, right? But then you need some other people, right, with different thoughts that will come in and add to the shit that you can't see. So you'll start seeing those crop circles, those circles, those megaliths will start popping up all over the planet Earth. They in North America, they in South America, they all over Europe, and they in Africa. So that's showing you that your first step to studying the stars, you would and understanding the seasons is to make something that allow you to track the fucking position of the sun and the moon.
So
and out of that, you start to make calendars. Right. Exactly. So you're not just diving out. I don't think people can they're gonna take what Chef said, they're gonna twist. When Chef said, yo, they ain't had what I they wasn't on a level. He doesn't mean with thinking or vision. He's talking about what's the mathematics need.
Mathematics.
Right.
They didn't have the math. They didn't have the math. They couldn't ask those questions.
How dare you? Okay. You're not that there. Motherfuckers, when it took Homo sapiens sapiens to be social. Right? Niggas wanted social.
Nope.
Crips and Bloods, Crips and Bloods come from the same African Americans over they hate each other, yo. And you would swear, yo, they didn't come from the same thing. Yeah?
A couple of blocks away.
You said it took African American, it took Homo sapiens to be social.
Yeah, you might have everybody wasn't social, forming social groups.
Yes, they were.
You get my point? All right, talk to me. Go ahead, who?
Yeah, they had social groups, families, hierarchies. They had the whole situation. Just like chimpanzees and them do. Like, socialism was very early in our evolutionary process. And fucking wolves and dogs are social creatures.
Peace. He talk about in terms of them interacting with each other. Like normally them social groups stay within their own group.
Yeah.
Like they would rarely come in contact with another group. If they did, they either run away or they would kill them.
Yeah. Peace, King Sosa.
Yeah, I got the point though. Seth right though, because I think they find it out now that Homo sapiens was like not Homo sapiens, but Neanderthal kind of was forming those groups too. a little bit. But yeah, you're right. Both y'all right though. Let's play it up. Let's play it up.
Yeah. But they wouldn't. Normally they kept to themselves. You know what I'm saying? They kind of kept to themselves. Because you gotta understand, they come in another group. You don't know that the other group they may want women. You know what I mean? So that's why they started developing. You know what I mean? A little different types of forms of. You see, some group got scarifications. Some group put the straight lip to, you know what I mean, to distinguish who's who. You're with this group. You know what I mean? And if you got these marks and scars, you don't have to worry about them going to another group because you're gonna be you're gonna be noticeable. You know what I'm saying? So they start.
Yeah, you mean like chimpanzees ain't gonna take another chimpanzee from another chimpanzee social group and marry it into the fucking family? That's what you mean.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Chef.
Yeah, they'll take the women. Like a lot of people don't know them chimps. Them chimps will go to war.
Yeah, they go to war.
Like, yeah, they'll systematically kill all the males and take the women. Like they very territorial. They patrol the boundaries and shit.
A lion kills the offspring that is not his.
Yeah, they'll go patrol the borders and shit. Make sure ain't no. And if they catch a nigga, another chick from another group, they're gonna kill him. That's how they roll.
Yeah, it's funny. Genocide, though, that's in the joint. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my man's work right there. Robert Zapolsky. He was that's his work.
Hold on. What's the lady name, yo? I can't know. She do the first shit. She would leak in now. Right? Starts out and she the first one to actually study chimps that she lived with, yo.
No, I think she started to do it, but I talk about the discovery. I think he made the discovery about the systematically wiping out. I think he was.
When they cross over each other boundaries. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? They also found out that motherfuckers mix too when they cross boundaries. So
they'll take the women. They'll take the women. They'll take the women. Yeah, they always take the women. Just like humans. Like we was doing. Same shit.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, Chef.
So what a Star did
Chimpanzees
now?
following the commandments of Moses.
I'll catch you up. What a Star did now, man? What a Star I said now.
Everything.
I can't keep up with this nigga. Like every week.
Yahweh is African now.
Now
Jehovah is African.
No, he said no. What he said was quantum field theory is African culture.
He said that too.
That sounds about right. Shit. Hey, they got that conference coming up. Hey, I saw the conference list. And then they got your boy Smalls on there, right? And then I was like, Infudishi. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, that conference is gonna be wild. That's gonna be a hayride right there. They're gonna end up on Mars by the end of that motherfucker. It's gonna be a pyramid on Mars by the time them niggas get finished.
Man. Hey, all roads lead to Egypt, man. I swear to God, like all roads lead to Egypt. Like even when you think they're that West African shit, they just there to take that shit to Egypt. Like the only reason they did. Like,
the only reason these niggas talk about Africa in any sense is to get back to Egypt.
Yeah.
Like it's sickening. The shit is sick, yo. It's sick. It's sick. It's sick. It's either Egypt or the damn Bible. Like it's going back to those two in some type way, yo. Assad done did all of this shit. Now he done ran us back into the Bible. Now Jehovah is fucking African. Like what is going? And is Egyptian. He found it in Egypt. Like nuts. Like
Hey, yo, you know you can find a description with like with
no, you don't. You don't.
Nigga. Come on,
I'm not listening to that.
I'm a Hebrew nigga, yo. Come on, y'all. I'm a Hebrew nigga, yo.
Yes, sir.
I'm a Hebrew nigga, yo.
Now you
Yo, you do know that the Yahweh was a. It's not even starting out as a Hebrew deity. No, it's not even a Hebrew deity at first, yo. It's like an Asiatic deity. So you do got Asiatics in Egypt, right? They just not called no fucking Hebrews. So they got an inscription that says something Yah is like a prayer, but it's not a Hebrew thing, yo. They twisting up and fucking it up is when you say that's a Hebrew. No, it's not, nigga.
You mean like the Canaanite shit, right?
Yeah, it's not that yet. Right, motherfuckers always switch shit, fuck it up. It's not that. There's no Hebrews in Egypt, yo. They've never found any of that. But they do have Hebrew. I mean, not Hebrew, Asiatics. Sharshu, Bedouin. Where you got?
I think they would be the same people, right? They just didn't go under the moniker Hebrew, right? It'll be the same, because Canaanites are Israelites.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. They are. What did I keep saying?
All
these niggas, man. Every last, all the same niggas. They all the same.
Y'all fucked it up.
No, listen to this.
Hold on, you saying
go for it. I'm gonna beat y'all niggas up. Go ahead.
No, I got a question.
I got a question. I'm gonna beat y'all niggas up.
I want to ask you a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going
to ask Unc. You saying the Canaanites aren't Israelites?
I'm saying that Canaanites would never call themselves an Israelite. I'm saying
yes, they would.
It's a crit. Man, you cut me off. I'm done. I'm not done. I'm doing it. I'm not yelling. You cut me off at the perfect point.
That's like saying that a New Yorker wouldn't call themselves an American.
Yo, you found the perfect spot to cut me off, yo.
I felt like you needed to be stopped. But go ahead.
That's the bullshit pseudo killer.
I feel like you was about to confuse people. But go ahead.
I'm gonna show you how it go. Listen, I'm gonna show you how it go. You got the Canaanites, which is a tribe, right? You got Amorites, right? They're a tribe, and what I'm telling you is they broke away. Now they're the same stock of human beings, meaning they're like it's like the African American that decide to be a Crip, yo. Yeah, right? Okay, that's it. Right?
Yeah,
but a Crip would never call himself a blood, nigga. What the fuck is you nigga, y'all came on the slave. So that's what it is. So they separated, they changed dietary laws and all that. So yes, the basic we call them Canaanites or Amorites. You got Amorites, right? Which is these large Asiatic tribes that go back and forth. And out of that you get the Sharshu, Bedouin, and all that. The Hebrew, the term Hebrew is simply denoting an action. Hebrew, crossing back and forth, nomadic tribe, Hebrew. So Saul played the game and said, yeah, Africans are Hebrews. Because they move nomadic, moving back. That's all the word. The word is big, meaning to cross back and forth. Arab, right? Nomadic niggas that's not settled. They moving back and forth. So the Canaanites form a culture. I'm thinking out of the Amorite tribes, right? Then you get a group of them that don't want to play that game no more, and they want to form their own thing. This is where the Hebrews come into play. So that's all I was trying to say.
We don't disagree. I'm gonna say they're the same stock of people. That's all. Yeah. And they're still whether they split up, but they're still the same. They're still the same stock of people.
Hold on, right? I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm a little lost too. But what I wanted to say,
that was convoluted.
Let me say this, Sheffrin.
Yeah, Canaanites. Just
to try to get us back. I'm gonna say this to get us, try to get us back on track. At least get me unlost, right? I'm gonna say.
What the fuck is y'all niggas lost? Niggas Crips and Bloods. How's that?
I don't know. I don't know about that example. Y'all might know a little more about this than me.
But see, I
You
try
don't know
to
that
keep,
the African Americans came over on the slave ship, yo.
right. Okay, I'm with you.
And then niggas split off and start being Crips and Bloods. It's the same shit with the Hebrews. Nigga, we split up. Nigga, I want to do
Oh,
something
okay,
different.
okay, I get you. Okay, fine. That's all good. I don't even think that's like worth. Fine, yeah, that's all good. I can go for that.
It is. You know why it is? No, I'm gonna tell you what the Hebrews are doing. The Hebrews are saying that's like a Crips saying, yeah, the Crips was on a slave ship. Bitch, the Crips wasn't on the slave ship, nigga. It was Africans on the slave ship that later on became African Americans, that later on became Crips and the Bloods. It's a timeline, and they fucking with your head. Oh, we in Egypt? No, you wasn't in Egypt as the Hebrews, nigga. It's a timeline.
But what I want to say though, let me say this. Let me say this though, they all the same people. Period. Like that's all I'm saying. Like the Phoenicians, the goddamn the Turks, the Persians, the niggas in the Levant, the niggas in the Levant, the niggas, the Greeks, the Romans, the Egyptians, the Libyans, all these niggas write about each other. Listen, let me hold on. Let me tell you what these niggas do. First, let me tell you what these niggas do. They all write about each other. They all lie on each other. They all cheat on each other. They all steal from each other. They go to war with each other. They make up. They kiss. They love each other. They have babies with one another. And all of their mythologies, each and every one of them is in everybody's mythologies. You see what I'm saying? So my conclusion is, and they all located around the Mediterranean Sea. So my conclusion is, these are Mediterranean niggas, and they all have they all have different, like you said, some of them may be Crips and some of them may be a little blood here, and you might have a Pyru over here and then another offshoot over there. You know what I'm saying? But genetically, scientifically, I don't give a fuck about how you feel about it, right? Scientifically, biologically, genetically, these niggas is the same niggas. Period. That's all I'm saying. Like that, keep it plain and simple for me. When you get into all of the other shit, it kind of confuses me. So like I said, I went to public school, so I like to keep shit a little more plainer than you know, all of the, you know, I know it's nuance to everything. I know it's context to everything too, right? But for this, for what I'm saying and for what was originally the point that was originally brought up, is these niggas is the same niggas, period. Now,
yeah,
and that's what I said, and that's what I say about the Hebrews. I made that up. Okay.
Yeah.
What part?
Because it's not like the Hebrew thing. A Levant nigga is not like a Nile Valley nigga, yo. No matter what you say, although they occupy one other side of the fucking river, yo. And genetics don't even say what you're saying. These niggas been in Africa for 20,000, 30,000 years, yo. So you can't say that.
They traveling back and forth.
Yo, you can read the article on Wikipedia, North Africa, yo. I keep telling you, look
at the Bible. Look at the Bible. How many times do the Bible mention Egypt in it?
It ain't even talking about all of Egypt. You supposed to know that, bro.
I understand that. I do understand that. I understand that Egypt had many territories, right? And I understand that Egypt spread amongst Egypt was bigger probably than it is than we actually look at today. Probably, I would even go for that.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Corey. I'm saying that the Bible is talking about one area of the Nile Valley. That's the Delta, yo. Pyramid. It's telling in the Bible. Built the city Pyramid. Look on
where the pyramid.
Map,
the Delta area is basically where the pyramids and all that shit's built, right?
No, that's marshland, yo. No.
Okay.
No.
So they talking about the Delta. So they talking about the Delta. So this is northern Egypt. Am I correct on this?
Yeah, the northernmost part. Yeah, that's it. They ain't even know about the rest of the shit.
So they didn't know about nothing else, right? The
It's not
niggas from
mentioned.
the
It's not mentioned. They ain't mentioning shit.
Okay, fine. They didn't mention that, but the thing is, let's get back to my original point. They in Egypt. Am I not correct with that? Is the niggas from the Levant? Is these niggas not in Egypt?
In Lower Egypt.
Fine. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't say they was down there with my one niggas. I didn't say they was down there with my 7 foot tall niggas. I didn't say that. Like, no, they wasn't down there. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they was. I have no idea. But what I'm saying is,
Corey,
I do know where they was at.
Hey, Corey, why do you think it's so complicated, yo?
It's not complicated, man.
It's not.
It's not complicated.
You making it complicated.
I don't.
So you don't know that the Eskimos is kin to the
Inuit
Aztecas.
Yeah.
And where's the Aztecas at?
That's in that area. You get
America.
The Aztecs in Mesoamerica.
Right. So and they kin.
They walk down there.
Right. Okay. So we know they kin genetically. We know these the same niggas, basically. Genetically, they cousins. This they cousins, right?
Yeah.
We know furthermore about Egypt. These niggas is not they cousins. These niggas is they brother. They came from the same mama. Like these niggas is genetically the same. Period. They, like I said, they've been warring.
Let's be real.
Been kissing and making love and making babies.
Hold on. Let's be real though. Hey yo, let's be real, yo. Can we be real?
So
the Jews was all
first. Let's answer one question.
The Jews was all through.
I just want to be real.
After you answer this question, then I'll see if I want to keep it real with you.
I just want to be real.
let me ask you a question. Don't you agree that these niggas was warring and fighting and making up and kissing and making babies with each other? Don't you agree they had been doing that for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years?
I agree, bro.
So like we're now at what point, you know what I'm saying?
But there's a time clock on it though, yo. There's a time clock. We can actually look at the archaeological surveys and tell when these groups was doing what you said.
But what about biology though?
They always been doing it.
What about the genetics?
No, hold on. So all right, let's deal with biology now. And that's why I say, yo, you got the perfect article, but you laugh it away, yo. Y'all use the same article and laugh it away.
Oh,
the article tell you.
So you gonna go back to that same talking point? You can't do that. I know where you're going, but go ahead. I ain't gonna cut you. Go ahead. I ain't gonna cut your wisdom. But I'm disappointed, just to let you know. But go ahead, continue. But you know, I got love for you, Baltimore Bobby. You know it's all love, though, man.
Be more Bobby.
I'm a concede when it comes to the color of Egyptian. I'm all the way pseudo. I'm just all the way pseudo out there. Okay.
Listen, let me say my point. Listen, all I'm trying to tell you is we have an article, bro, that we could pull up right now for everybody listening. Do you know your answer to that article? Do you really realize what you said? You said, yo, them niggas just wrote that shit to save face. You said that, Corey. I don't know if you were joking or not.
They was sympathizers. Shepard agreed with me. I think Sosa and Shepard agreed with me on that point. That's what I knew you were going. That's what I'm saying. I'm disappointed.
Do y'all know? I know, but you listen. You do have to recognize how crazy that sound coming out y'all mouth.
But it's real though.
That's all I'm saying, yo. That's all I'm saying, yo.
Nobody want to be called a racist. Nobody wants to be called a racist.
Yo, I'm just asking y'all to be honest right now, yo. That the scientific article that y'all pushing, right, says don't do what y'all niggas is doing right now. Stop. It's like when Wu Dao and them do it. We place a stop sign. We paint the tree. This is where you stop at. I am telling you, y'all at the same place. Stop. Now, later on down the line, yo, they might move the stop sign and say, nope, we got it. That's what it is. the
No,
clear
you
pop.
overemphasize
No,
that
no,
point.
no, no.
I'm not.
You
No, I'm not.
are.
No,
You
I'm not.
overemphasizing that point.
No,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
disagreeing. No.
You overemphasizing that point because you want to hold on to Black Egypt some type of way.
Nah,
We know what you're doing, dog.
Nah, see? Hold
We
on.
know,
That's the
we know
last
what
thing.
you're doing.
Listen, nope. All I said was I
You got your
agree.
fingers crossed behind your back,
No.
yo.
Okay,
He
that
holding
might
on by
be
the
it.
skin of his
Hold
teeth.
on.
By the skin of his teeth.
Hold on.
Right. He got his fingers crossed behind his back when he say that shit.
Hold on. Nah, nope. Because that's why I changed my name, because I don't give a fuck about Egypt. So don't worry about that. All right? Don't worry. Don't get off that shit. I'm off that shit. I'm home. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland, nigga. I'm making sure my convenience. I'm off that shit. I'm off the high Patmos, my nigga. So I'm just saying, the article clearly says that Egypt has a complex history. There is no way for us to take stuff from the Delta area and apply it to the whole culture. It is complex. They do not say that that's the whole population, but yet y'all do it, and now I got my hands caught. I don't. I'm simply reading the article. I'm looking at the stop sign. In a couple months or a year or two, some more shit gonna come out.
That's an argument from
like
ignorance, huh? That's an argument from ignorance fallacy.
Listen. The stop sign is up. I'm in the middle of the road saying, you can't pass. We're not having this conversation. I'm not convinced by the limited evidence provided that the hypothesis you're trying to claim is correct. I stand my ground until further evidence is presented.
Look, you can't put a stop sign in the middle of the interstate, bro. Like, we
Yeah, you know what? That's only a yellow light, yo.
That's a meme.
It's a blinking
That's a
yellow
meme.
light. The only thing the scientists put up in that article was a blinking yellow light saying, after this point, proceed with caution.
Listen,
yeah.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of the road. I'm in the middle of the highway, waving cars down. You can't go past this point. The bridge is out.
Cedric.
The bridge is out.
Hey, Cedric. Smash Rockwell came on the show. He showed glyphs. He showed Egyptian writing. Showing.
Else can read.
Hold on, yo. No, yo. Oh, wow.
Yo want us to believe the Marionette.
How am I supposed to believe the Marionette, man? Like, what are you getting?
No, he just a
me with?
No, yo. So you saying the presentation he did was whack?
No, we saying Marionette is pseudo. And you keep
we got him out. We got him. They know better.
Throw you down the rabbit hole of a whole bunch of ancient motherfucking.
I'm done, yo.
Chef.
I'm done,
Chef.
Ancient scrapings on the wall, like
we do not need to take unnecessary heat. Don't say that. Because
you
know they're gonna chop that one up.
Somebody scraped.
I'm only 95 in the 95% in agreements with that statement that Shepard made.
Somebody scraped some carvings of a fucking bird on the wall, and you gonna sit here and say that shit mean Hebrew? I'm not listening to that shit. Y'all niggas done lost y'all mind.
There you go. See? Ladies and gentlemen, do not
Where's Seti at? Where's Seti at?
Chef,
do not get me
you
mixed
are
up.
on your own. This is where I mute my mic. You're on your own with this one, Chef. Chef, I'm muting now.
I just don't believe it.
They're coming at you guys.
I'm not convinced.
I'm out of that one.
By the Marionette. I'm not. I'm just not.
No, you didn't. No. Was you there, Corey? Corey, he simply showed you dignitaries. Listen, he simply showed you dignitaries, right? Pharaohs, whatever, royalty identified with a glyph that identified where these people came from. That's it, bro. He didn't say the whole population. He didn't say 95%. He didn't even say 30%. He just simply showed you that there were black dignitaries, black rulers in Kemet. That's all he did.
Right. And where did they come from? Where did they come from? Finish it. You gotta finish it.
I don't have to finish it.
Where did they come from? Where they come from means that's who they was.
No,
So where
nigga,
did they
no,
come
nigga,
from?
y'all didn't say, yo, you yelling, yo. It was a bitch ass nigga. We all know who the bitch ass nigga is. Was saying, ain't no black leadership in Egypt.
What
Ain't
they
no.
got to do?
So, nigga, because that was the response to that, bro.
No,
That's
where did
why.
they come from, yo?
Where did who come from?
You said the glyph said that they came from somewhere. So where did
No,
they come from?
it identified the people. Yo, you know that, right?
No,
You know,
why
like,
did you
hey,
stop?
different-
Why did you stop?
I didn't stop. Where did that stop at? What are you talking about?
Where did the people come? Where did the glyph say that the people came from, yo? Please.
All the way down south, deep south.
The black dignitaries.
No. Down south where, what is that land
all
called?
the way down past Nubia south.
And yeah, so again, these people are what?
Nilo-Saharan.
Man, I don't know what they is, nigga. I'm just simply saying that the
If
bird.
they said they came from in Nubia, then they were Nubians. That's what it's saying.
Man,
You
all
just
right, man.
said
I don't
it.
know. No,
It was
I
black
said it
though.
down.
All that
It was
counts is
down.
black. That's the main thing.
But their
Man, I'm
glyph
just
said that
simply
they
saying-
came from somewhere, so
No.
they wasn't Egyptian. That's the point.
They was Egyptians, yo.
Oh my God, Joe.
You can't mess this up though, Chef. You gotta know that Americans can come from Ireland, yo, and Mexico, and Germany, and be a motherfucking a German American. So you can be a Nubian Egyptian, nigga. It's an Egyptian is not a race, yo. Y'all, that's the shit y'all keep fucking up with. I will never agree with that, bro. And we can talk about the overall population of America being white at the tune of 200 million motherfuckers, but you being American is not fucking white, nigga. Americans come in all different races and sizes and shapes. We ain't even a motherfucking race. Like, we know this, bro. This shit
I ain't even arguing.
But America,
but
we got boats and ships and airplanes in America. That's why America like it.
Egypt didn't have an original. So you're stating that Egypt didn't have a stock population of people.
It's not fair because you won't let me do the original people. You say, yo, listen, this is what you do to me, yo. I show you a map. I show you an archaeological survey where there's no human beings at all.
Where the original people go at there,
Man,
we
listen,
keep
the
asking
original
that.
people ain't put.
Where did the original people go at?
You know how you yeah, I'm gonna let you get it all out. I don't want you to cut me off.
No, but that's the question that we always end up with, though, is where did they go?
I'm telling you the original people on the Nile come from the fucking Sahara.
All right, but we talking about the original people of Egypt.
I'm saying it again. The original people in Egypt come from the Sahara. That's what I'm telling you. They don't come from Palestine. They don't come from that.
Do. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Nah.
Yeah,
no, they don't.
They come from all. They come from as far north as Anatolia. They come from as far north as Anatolia.
And that still don't make them sub-Saharan Africans, which is a bullshit ass statement. But it still don't make them that. You can be in the Sahara and not be a fucking sub-Saharan African, which is the racist ass fucking term. I'm not acting like I forgot everything I read, my nigga. Read the article, North Africa article. Y'all won't do it.
I seen pictures of Queen Ty, mother mummy, and the motherfucker look Irish.
Yeah, she do got.
The motherfucker look Irish, yo. So you saying Irish? So you saying that the Irish people originated on the Nile? Are you crazy?
I'm saying that you never understand that part about biology. There is no race. Have you seen a picture of my son?
I didn't say nothing about race. I didn't say nothing about race.
Hey, bro.
I didn't say nothing about race. I did not. I said that Queen Ty mother looked like she come from Ireland. She had red hair. I said nothing about race.
I'm saying
you just brought race up.
I had red hair, nigga. So what that mean?
You ain't gonna have red hair when you die. When she died, she had red hair.
I had red hair, yo.
When she died, she had red hair.
Okay, whatever. I ain't seen that. Post that link, bro.
No,
we just posted that. That was in the thing in the pseudo killers, huh? Come on.
Y'all crazy as hell with that shit, yo.
I ain't never seen nothing when it go against his point. He ain't never
It's
seen.
not
He
going
know
against
all
my
this shit
point.
about. Listen, he know
No,
all
it's
this
not
shit
going
about
against-
Egypt, and to his
It's not going against my point.
contrary to
But
what
it's
he's
not
saying,
going
then
against
he
my-
ain't never heard about it.
No, I'm trying to tell you that we all got people with red hair in our family, yo.
No,
That's
not
crazy
like
as fuck
this,
to
dude.
think
Not this
that.
type
Yeah,
red
you
hair.
looking at a fucking 2,000-year-old mummy, nigga.
They
But you
finally get to
perceive
hear
that
an
red
iPhone
hair.
conversation. The
Yo,
public.
suppose the bitch died, you wouldn't know.
They
Like, what
didn't
are we
say our
saying
hair
right
was
now?
dyed.
Hey, this
Nothing in the
is.
article. Nothing in the
What did
article
we
talked
say,
about
yo?
dye.
I know, but yo, but wait a
Nothing in the
minute, yo.
article talked about dye, yo.
So why would so why would a person hair be red though? I know why. Do you know why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they white.
It's genetic. It's genetic.
All right.
You ever see the movie Annie? You ever
Right.
see Lucille Ball? You see those white people with the red hair?
Let them have it. They tripping now. Let them have it on. Let them.
They ain't get me mad because I don't give a fuck about these differences, so I ain't mad.
Show me some red-haired Nubians, and I'll shut up.
Yo, you know they got pictures of red. You won't shut up because I showed you red-haired Nubians.
Show me the
You won't
red-haired
stop.
Nubian.
I
The
did, yo,
Maasai.
we showed you that.
The Maasai.
Yo, we showed you.
That's
Yo,
God.
we
That's
showed you
red
red.
ochre.
It's
Yo,
the
y'all
Maasai.
funny as shit.
Yo, you say show you a red-haired Nubian, yo. But I showed you red-haired Nubians, yo.
You never showed me no
I
red.
showed you light-skinned Nubians. I showed you dark-skinned Nubians. I showed
Ne-
you brown-skinned Nubians. I showed you small-lip Nubians. I showed you big-lip Nubians. You know what you did? You cracked
What?
jokes.
What I said?
Start joking like you're doing right now.
Cause it's a joke, yo. You just got your fingers crossed behind your back, yo. That's it.
I don't.
Listen.
And you
What?
hold
It's like
down
it's
hope.
a yield. I'm
The
going to
evidence
admit,
is
that is a yield.
inconclusive.
Yo, but
We
I
It's a
continue
never
this
thought.
discussion
Hey,
until
Hey, yo,
further
in my
evidence.
wildest dream, I never thought the Egyptians, the African Americans company. I never thought that.
Ain't
yo.
nobody say nothing about African Americans, yo.
Okay then. So what fight do I have in a
I'm
fight?
just trying to
They
tell
know
you.
our
I'm
ancestors
saying by
were
throwing
You
the
go-
African American in there, you derailing the conversation.
How, yo?
That's
Because
a
the
red
point is
herring.
because the point is these
That-
niggas
that's
is
important.
Mediterranean. That's
Yeah,
the original
important.
point.
That
And
was
I'm
a red
saying
herring,
is,
yo.
fine up.
Now I know
saying-
what you mean by red
I
herring.
already
yo.
gave you the article, that they was
No,
Mediterranean.
I'm saying that the Egyptians are African. Now y'all niggas can take that. Y'all got a source to say different, and I ain't listening to y'all niggas.
I
Until you get a
wouldn't
source.
argue that. I wouldn't argue that though.
Okay, so
Wouldn't
let's get
argue
off
that
of it then.
Because they
Right, so what's
lived
the
in
point?
Africa and had an African culture. Okay. If that's your depth,
I don't know that it's African.
Nah,
I don't know
yo,
that the culture is African though. Like, is Greek culture African?
Nobody says that, yo, but you.
I'm just asking, like, because they the same niggas. Like, they do everything.
And
each
they
other
not
do.
they not the same as the Greeks, yo. You can look on the fucking. They got walls showing you the different types of people with the symbols. Y'all bugged out right now, yo. I know y'all being funny, yo. Don't do it. Y'all is bugged out. They actually got different tribes on the walls, you don't identify them, and each tribe look a little different, yo. It's right there. They got the Palestinians. They show you. It's they Palestinians, nigga. You ain't never seen that before.
I seen it. I seen that, But
Good Lord,
that's just what they
Palestinians
claim.
don't look like
Listen,
It
that's
don't look
just
like
what they
Egyptian, yo.
claim, and you just gave the Crip and Blood example. Biologically, these niggas is the same niggas. That's all I keep saying. Like, they can claim what the fuck they want to claim, but when science, like these niggas over here claiming Aborigines, but the science say you from Sierra Leone. You know what I'm saying? Like, cut it. Like, we gotta cut it out here.
I'm gonna stop right there.
It's nutty, yo. Man, when we talk about Unc dig his feet in deep, he ain't taking. It's like
And the article that
no.
you keep bringing up though, just murders.
No, I'm not. I didn't keep bringing that up. Y'all brought that up, yo.
You brought the article back up.
But you bringing it up as if a stop sign, but it's a yield. It's a yield sign.
Yeah, how you
Hey, that's a stop sign.
No, that's a
Hey,
year.
Chef, Gigi Gullah said drop the link.
All right.
Hey,
That's a stop
okay,
sign.
listen.
This is where we disagree. It's not a yellow light. It's a stop sign. Are you carrying this thing too far with all your conclusion? And your conclusion swaying way too European for my taste. Okay? Y'all on this white man science, and I don't like it.
Yeah, man. Y'all gotta concede, man.
We're
Y'all
gonna
gotta,
table this discussion until further
Daddy right now, man.
Go ahead, Bob.
Hold on for a minute. Hey, Corey, I want to talk right now. I want to talk to Corey and King Soap.
Go ahead.
Now, if we study Egyptology, right, and it's 2022, and the majority of Egyptologists say that when they started out Egyptology, it was straight racist. So is that black people calling them racist, or is that the field admitting that it was racist?
No, that's the field admitting that it was racist. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not me trying to pull a card like I saw them doing about the Big Bang. It's two separate things. You can try to mix it up and make it seem like it is, but it's actually not. No one said that niggas was being racist when the heliocentric model came out. No, they're not saying that. Okay? My point is this, that now if you go to the field, right, and look up and look at and listen to the videos on Egypt, they not saying what y'all saying. So I'm just trying to figure out why is the people in the field saying exactly what y'all saying. And they sure as fuck not saying what the blackology saying neither. So let's get that straight.
What am I saying that they not saying though, huh? What, like,
you made it up.
Like
you actually think that the only people that became Egyptians was the people that was in the Levant. And I'm saying that's not
No, I don't think that. I don't think that though, huh? That's not what I think.
So I just want to let you know.
What I'm saying is they're the same people. I'm saying it's no different. There's no difference in the people.
I didn't even chime in on this part of the conversation. I was
zoned out.
I'm just saying at the earliest of time, yo. At the earliest of time.
What's good with hey, I'm gonna say this too. Y'all gotta be careful when you say Mediterranean too, because Mediterranean is a subproduct.
It's a broad statement.
It's a mixture.
Say hi, man. Gullah Geechee dove right in the middle of me talking. Did you know I was in the middle of talking?
No, I ain't know you was. It was a silence. I ain't know you was talking still.
I was talking. I was just trying to say from the earliest times, right? When you leaving out the Sahara, there's different groups of people that come together and culminate on the Nile. Not just one particular stop. Different groups come together and would later on be considered Egyptian. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Gullah.
I was gonna say you gotta be careful when you use the term Mediterranean, because some of the Mediterranean people are a byproduct of them Horn African motherfuckers like Somalians and shit. They just mixed with Eurasian motherfuckers that was coming back in and shit.
That was my whole point. They make love, they backmigrate, they make babies, they war with each other, they kick each other out. All these niggas, Geechee, listen to my point. Listen to my point, Geechee. Because they convolute my point. They convolute my point.
So what's the Horn of Africa? Niggas in the Horn of Africa, not Africans neither, yo.
They are Africans. The Egyptians are Africans. What I'm saying is
no, I'm saying niggas, like you want to say.
No, they're not. No, they're not like us. No.
Ethiopia? So now Ethiopia?
No.
Right.
Nope.
All right. Go ahead.
Genetically, no. Genetically, no.
Go ahead, Gullah. All right, go ahead, Gullah. Now Ethiopia.
I would say if anything, they'd be like a cousin culture to us, because they do come from that E marker. You know what I'm saying? West Africans do majority have E. They're like a sibling culture to the, you know what I'm saying, on the paternal side mostly, and they got a lot of L3 shit.
Fine, I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that. But what I'm saying is, they not us. You know what I'm saying? Period. Like,
no, they not us. No, they not. You're right. They not us.
That's all I'm saying.
That's the diversity of Africa. That's the diversity of Africa. You know what I'm saying? But our closest relatives over there in the area, or the Kadofian speakers in the Nuba Hill, but even them, they're a minority there. They're surrounded by
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like we ain't even that close to my 7-foot niggas that be letting the cows piss on their head. Like them niggas like blacker than me, and they not even we're not even close to them.
No, them Nilo-Saharan. Yeah.
Yeah, not the Nilo-Saharan, my 7-foot brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what I keep saying. Like these niggas ain't even, related to the Egyptians.
I'm done.
You know what I'm saying? They don't have they language, the Nilotic languages are not related to Egyptian. You see what I'm saying? And so
but I ain't gonna lie though, they not fully, but they do fall. They did mix into their gene, like Egyptians do got Nilo ancestry.
I wouldn't deny that.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? Because they right on the fringe. You know, so they right on the fringe side. Even when you say Nubian, it ain't no Nubians. You know what I'm saying? Nubians, anybody who have shit to do with like the trade in metals and gold and shit. And some of them motherfuckers look like Egyptians. Some of them look like Nilo-Saharan. Some of them was mixed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like Bija Kashitic type groups. And you had other groups. You know what I'm saying? That was like picture the amount of the people
it's like living in Texas,
like the Nora and the Kanuma. Yeah, like the Kanara and Kanuma or the Tibu people. How they, if you look at the Tibu people today, they look kind of Berberish or like Corn Africans, but they speak Nilo-Saharan language groups. They mixed all up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I can imagine a place like that borders Egypt and borders the Nubian people, right? You're gonna have a mixture. It's gonna be like living in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know whether when you're in Texas, you don't know whether you're in Mexico or America at some points. You know what I'm saying? So that's nobody's is gonna deny anything.
But that's been happening forever, though, Corey. That's the part you keep denying. Like,
no, I wouldn't deny that.
That scenario, so I'm saying that scenario, do you realize, yo, on the middle now, yo, the people of browners, they way browner than people in North Africa, yo. And I'm telling you that at a certain time period, that wasn't nobody nowhere but on the motherfucking middle now, dog. And I ain't talking about 30,000 years ago. I'm talking 6,000 years ago. They all on the middle now, yo.
Corey, just let them have it, yo.
So they wasn't in Lower Egypt at 6,000.
Corey, let them have it, yo.
No, nigga, I don't need you. I don't need you to let me have it. I can put it on the screen.
Man.
I don't gotta let you let me have it.
You got it. I'm gonna let you have it.
No, I'm not saying that the niggas on the middle now with Sub-Saharan Africa. I ain't came out my fucking mouth. It just didn't. I'm just trying to say where the population of people came from. They're people to now. So when the niggas say the shit came from the southern region, it actually did. Southern Egypt. I got the big ass book, nigga. It show you. So I don't know which y'all use. I'm not saying they Sub-Saharan nothing. I'm saying where the people come from, yo. They coming out the southern region. It's right there. I'm looking at it. I'm saying, what is y'all talking about? Like it's right here in our face.
Stop, Corey. Just stop. Let them go.
Yeah, I say they come out of multi directions too, because you do got the Maridi and the Mahdi people up north and shit. You know what I'm saying? They're a little bit more. Even though they got a ancient Horn African ancestry, they bringing Eurasians back into the continent.
Absolutely.
Now we ain't talking about the Eurasians yet, yo.
Wasn't that the Palestinians? They set up shop out there, didn't they?
Gullah Geechee. You're mixing in the Eurasians. The Eurasians was already here, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They already was there. Shit,
okay, so listen. I'm talking 7,000 years. Eurasians is here 20,000 years ago.
Yeah, niggas already mixed in by then. Niggas already.
That's all I'm saying. Like I'm trying. Like the whole niggas is. That's why the shit is crazy to me.
I'm confused.
So it's not like
I'm confused now.
Wow.
Cause like, what y'all mean? Like,
you just gotta let them go, Corey.
Because the thing is, I've been saying these is mixed people. These is Mediterranean niggas. Period. Niggas along the Mediterranean mix with each other. They went back to Greece. They went back to the Levant. They went back to Libya. They went around the goddamn Mediterranean, leaving babies and coming back and going back and forth. Like, this is what these people did. They mixed and matched with each other. So this is all I'm saying, is these niggas is the same group of niggas. When you get to talking about the niggas in the Bible, when you get to talking about the Medu Neter and all of this old bullshit, when you get to talking about the Libyans and all of that, right? The niggas in the Levant, the Bible, the Quran, all of this shit, these the same niggas, they tell the same story. Can you, like, the niggas got the same story, the mythology. It's the same story. Like, how can you deny these people being the same people if they creation story, they mythology, they all borrow and trade and mix and match? It's the same exact story, the mythology. That's how you identify yourself, through your mythology. That's your identity. And these niggas is all in each other's mythology. They all got the same story. They all sound the same. You might have Muhammad, you might have Ra, you might have Yahweh, you might have Jesus. Like, you might have one of them niggas, but they all the same nigga. They all in the same circle. They all doing the same shit and fucking with the same people.
I'm gonna share my screen. Y'all niggas is forgetful.
I'm trying to see. First, I'm trying to figure
I'm gonna
out
show you.
What about what I said.
Come on, Chef.
Was
you got let me. I'm gonna show you. See, let me share the screen. Let me share my screen. But show you where we get it all fucked up.
So your mythology don't identify you.
Man, look, yo. Egypt influenced niggas' mythology, yo. It's all there for you to see.
Nobody influenced Egypt.
I'm pretty sure they're influences.
So they was influencing each other.
Nah, yo,
that's my point.
No,
that's my point.
Nah, yo, no. Egypt really put the press down on the religion influences. You can look at it.
They did it better than
it's not
else.
that.
Egypt did it the best.
Nah, yo, Egypt just a little different, yo. Just like the European world influence. No, you know, like, you do know that the European world right now it has more influences on the world than, say, Asia and Africa, right? And then China not bad with influences. So it changes back and forth, bro. It's not just a one thing like you trying to make it. Like I'm not
trying to.
Right.
I'm saying I'm not even. I never said it was one thing. I said these niggas was trading. They in each other's stories. They make love. They make war. They make up. They kiss. They make babies. They trade. They lie. They steal on each other. They put each other in each other's mythologies. They tell the same stories. They along the Mediterranean. This is a Mediterranean culture. And we still, and you know what? That culture was so dominant that the world is living a Mediterranean culture right now. Right now in 2021,
when you really look at the
world is living a Mediterranean culture.
Yeah, when you really look at the culture, you could tell, like, even how the language family laid out. It's like it forms a crescent around the continent from the Horn of Africa going up through the Maghreb. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Well, if you want to elaborate on that, because I'm not, like I said, I'm just somebody who can read and understand what I'm reading, right? And so I don't really I didn't understand, like, you can elaborate on that, because I don't know whether to agree or not. It sounds like I'm agreeing to that, though.
I'm saying read some of Christopher Ehret work. He got an article with Soy Kenyatta, and it's called The Origins of Afro-Asiatic Language Family. He kind of talk about it.
You don't want to read it?
Uncle them don't agree with Afro-Asiatic.
Nah, nigga. I ain't never said that, yo.
Now y'all want to agree. Well, nigga, you argued me down for months about the Afro-Asiatic madness.
Yeah, that was until Star went against the Big Bang, and I realized he lost his mind. So I didn't know when he lost his mind. I wasn't sure when he lost his mind. Cool. I wasn't sure that he lost his mind while he was writing that stuff. So now I got a question in that.
I'm gonna say when Shamarka Kieta was on Saul's show, he didn't stop Afro-Asiatic when he was talking about it.
Nope.
Right.
Nope. He sure didn't. Better not.
So what's the Saul problem then?
I don't know. I didn't realize he had a problem until he started talking that quantum physics shit, and I said, that man got
going against Christopher Hart and them wasn't a problem for you. But going against Neil deGrasse Tyson and them was a problem for you.
Yeah, because I know how this shit started out real crazy. So yeah, but I had to learn a little bit more, yo. Now I'm at the point where okay.
So the Asiatic language. So right, I do understand that Egyptian is considered an Asiatic language, right?
Afro-Asiatic, because the language, according to Christopher Airy, which is the scenario I go with, the language started in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
With the earliest off branch today is the Omotic language, is with the most basal Afro-Asiatic language group.
And you know what about that? The thing about that is mankind originated in Africa. So like language originated in Africa. If we had language, we would have took it out of Africa. You know what I'm saying? I just like a lot of those kind of arguments just kind of muddies the waters to me. You know what I mean? Well, if we and I don't have a problem because I'm not a linguist dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get it like I'm knowing what the fuck I'm talking about in this area, right? But he's saying that the language came out of Africa. And my thing is language itself came out of Africa.
But I'm talking about the specific language family and the specific language group. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
These people that's doing
this makes sense though. It only makes sense when you look at the migration patterns.
These certain people that have words that solidified around wild grain collecting and shit. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, if you look at some of the migration patterns, you know, even if you go like 70,000, you know what I mean? Like you can see that, okay, like of course shit would have, you know, came out of this area and went to this way, you know what I mean? As far as language and culture, you know what I mean? Like it's not, I don't know. It kind of muddies the waters to me with that kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. You know what I'm saying?
You can share your screen.
Stay out of that arena, Corey. Don't even dive in that pool, bro.
And then you know, linguistics.
Corey, you gotta let. Hey, Corey, you gotta
don't dive in that pool.
You gotta let them have Egypt, yo. Just let them have it, yo. They are not.
I'm trying to figure out though what do they want to have. What is, because when I say something, they're like, no, it wasn't that, but it's this. And I'm trying to figure out what am I letting them have though, Chef? And I still have not figured that out yet though.
I don't know. Me neither, Corey. When they talk, it's all ramble and shit. So whatever they trying to say,
because they're not saying they sub-Saharan African. They clearly said that to me. He said, no, I'm not saying they sub-Saharan African. And so, fine, we're on the same page with that. And then after that, like, you know, I'm trying to figure out, you know, I said they Mediterranean. Is that the problem? Is that where we disagree? That's the disconnection right there, right? The Mediterranean.
I would say too, Niger-Congo languages, even though it's in quote unquote sub-Saharan today, the origins of the proto-language didn't start in the sub-Saharan. It was in like Central Sahara, above the Sahel and shit. You know what I'm saying? So and the origins come somewhere around the Western Sudan area.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Don't tell him nothing. Don't tell him nothing.
No, I'm not.
But he ain't say nothing. Listen, what did he say? That wasn't a bullet. Like it was. He just said it started in Central Africa. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not the linguist motherfucker. Like when y'all get to talk about linguists and all that, linguistics, like that's not my field. You know what I'm saying? Can you give me an article and I can read it and all that? Fine, and I can get the grasp a little bit of what you're talking about. Fine, but like the linguistic.
That's why I tell you, Corey, stay out of them waters right there, man.
Look up Negro Egyptian.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
and see what come back. See what come back when you look up the shit that they talking about. Yeah, I mean Negro Egyptian and what's the other shit? What's the new one? I think that was Obanga. Negro Egyptian.
No,
And
I think that's he refining Obanga's work. I think that's Sar trying to refine Obanga's work, and we saw that yesterday. I saw it yesterday.
They gonna look for chinks in the armor, man. They gonna look for chinks in the armor. They go disregard all the thing that was said. They go clip something Corey said and build off of that one.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna do.
And it's fine, but it don't negate my point. See that the whole language thing, the whole going into whether the Central Africans had passed on their language to West Africa, like that's not my point. That's way besides my point. My point is back here. I'm gonna go back and find that tree that we spray painted, right?
How you doing, Karen?
We spray painted the tree back here that was saying that these niggas is the same niggas genetically. Okay. I talked about. You gotta mute out because I'm getting an echo.
So say Uncle used that same article.
Yes, I'm from Cleaning of a Lamp.
God,
hey,
don't
you gotta mute out.
I went to the couple.
Who the host? You gotta mute out.
Yeah, pretty good. I went to a couple of those banks. Did you have?
Yo, he do that on purpose, yo.
Yeah, he do. Yeah. So listen, Sosa. I said these niggas got the same mythology, right? Do y'all agree that people identify through mythology? Like that's a
but that ain't no.
I said the other day.
They trade with each other, so that ain't really no. You know what I mean? They trade with each other right there heavily. They influence each other definitely.
Right. So like they got the same mythology, right? Not only is they trade, so they don't talk. These niggas don't be fucking. They don't like the Egyptian niggas don't like the Levant bitches. That what you telling me?
Yeah, I'm saying not necessarily the same mythology though. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas got, L and a whole bunch of
man, it's the same fucking shit, bro. Like fine, if you get down to the nitty gritty, if you get a magnifying glass and look at the shit, fine, it's some differences. I'm gonna agree to that. But overall, in general, Sosa, these niggas talk about each other in every one of their mythologies. Nobody's left out.
I get what you're saying, but you still looking at more the Judeo-Christian shit.
No, I'm not saying that you do. No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
You talk about like cattle herder religion versus like agriculture.
I'm saying the Egyptian deities, the Egyptian gods, they took the niggas over to Greece. They had them niggas in Greece, didn't they?
Can you see my thing?
Yeah, that's because the Greeks. Yeah, because the Greeks came in contact with Egypt, though. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
Say it again.
They came in contact.
No. You gotta go even before the Greeks. You gotta deal with the Minoans and shit. The Minoans themselves was like a byproduct of like North African migration, with the with the Middle Eastern Neolithic farmers going into Europe and shit.
I'm trying to
before you even get to the Greeks.
Part is y'all disagreeing with me?
They was trading with Egypt too, like the Minoan. You could find Minoan products and shit in Egypt and shit. They were trading with each other.
So regardless, these niggas was in the same mythologies, right? Am I correct on that?
Can y'all see my share screen? Can y'all see the screen?
I see your share screen. I see the Egyptian Empire. Yeah.
Do you see the hands right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Of course, we're gonna know the color. I'm not arguing the color of their skin, huh? I never argued the color of their skin. I know about the skin now. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Robert, is anybody else who clean that joint?
Oh man, I'm trying. Anyway, I just wanted to share it. I'm a whole.
No, I'm not. I didn't say nothing. That's you. That was your background, huh? I was being quiet. But I know I never even mentioned skin color, though. That's my whole point, though. Huh?
I know that, so I just want to let you know that the society is made up of all these different skin colors there. Now, this has nothing to do with, you African American. No, that's not the point I'm making. So it's not just the quote unquote the lighter skin further North Africans that make up Egypt. It's all these in the ranges. That's all I'm saying.
Can you leave that?
Okay, and point well taken.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on. Just leave the picture up. What does that picture say?
They say the Egyptian Empire, 1,500
Right.
BCE.
Right. The Egyptian Empire.
Right.
That's it. Meaning that was the area that the Egyptian Empire controlled. And these are the color ranges of the people that the empire controlled. Look at that.
No, you just made that up and just said anything.
No, I
now.
didn't.
You just said that. No, it's not. You just said that.
It says Egyptian Empire.
Right. Correct. And look where it's at.
So what are you disagreeing about? You said I made that up. So what are you disagreeing about?
Hold on. So you saying the lighter hand is the actual people? Is that what you trying to say?
No, he didn't say that.
I'm done. I'm done, yo. I'm done. I'm just go back on.
Just for the record, he wasn't saying that.
Just say whatever you saying, go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting in.
I think it was a miscommunication there. That's not what he's saying. And like I said, and I wouldn't deny this source that you put up. I'm fine with that. Like it makes all the sense in the world to me, right? But look up there where it's at. But what does it say right there? It's the Mediterranean Sea. This is where they at, bro. You know what I mean? Like this is the group of people. What I'm saying is these groups of people that I named, I gotta go through it. I ain't gonna go through it all again. But these groups of people are genetically the same. Their cultures are very, very similar. They have very, very similar mythologies and creation stories and what have you. You know what I mean? They borrow each other's deities, and you know, they don't really even change the name of the deity. You know how in Baltimore you might have a different accent than the niggas that live in California. You know what I mean? So you pronounce shit. Y'all say Doug, we say dog. You know what I mean? They say Iset, and then in Greece they say ISIS. I mean, like, it's not fucking rocket science here. I'm not.
Yeah, no, you're gonna mess that up. They're gonna beat you up on that, Corey.
Fine. And listen.
Because like saying the Greeks say I said, and that ain't you mixing and matching.
Is that not? What's wrong about that? What's wrong? So they didn't have the goddess Isis in Greece or Rome or whichever one you want to call it. They didn't have no goddess called that.
Yeah, but y'all rolled over the point. He put up a picture of the Egyptian Empire and the different shades of the people that was in the Egyptian Empire. That picture went all the way down into Kush. So, of course, the people that got engulfed by the Egyptian Empire, further down south was darker. Like,
yeah, that's the empire. That's just the control.
Yeah, look what he put up, yo. Like, niggas ain't that slow, yo. Like, that was crazy to me. Like, what the hell? What's going on?
Yeah, like I said, I still haven't heard anything like going against my point. Like my whole point is genetically they the same niggas.
Y'all got hit with the triple ship, yo.
Show me something different than that. That's all I'm waiting on. If y'all want to disagree with me, then show me that genetically these niggas was not the same.
You already know.
That's my whole point.
I'm gonna bring that same article that say don't go no further, man, and we can be right back where we was.
I'm not bringing that. Y'all see the map though, right? Y'all see that shit right there, right? And I know motherfucking well y'all see them red dots. I got the red dots on y'all motherfucking foreheads at this point.
Hey, yeah, that's the matriculation map.
How y'all doing, man? Peace and love.
No, ain't no peace and love. None of y'all niggas.
No, that's my nigga Ngozi. He got the right over here. Ngozi got a pass over here.
What's good, Ngozi?
Hey, I'm shooting everybody right now. He don't know what an NBA. He's shooting everybody.
No, peace and love. I just wanted to say this real quick. That map is a beautiful map. If you guys can let me just add on. I just wanted to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
The modern Egyptians are a genetic continuity of the ancient Egyptians. And they're only formed at a low percentage when it comes to like sequencing the layers of the genetics that comes from like a recent Arab component from 640 AD and other layers. if you look at something called the Coptic component, like for example, and I'm glad Brother Unk brought it up, a lot of them do come from the Upper Egypt area, and a lot of them come from the early Green Sahara, but the early Green Sahara was not homogeneous. Like for example, you have certain signatures that come from Southern Europe into the early Green Sahara 6,500 years ago, like that R1b BA8 marker. Some of them were all, if you look up the article called Peopling of the Early Green Sahara, they were not homogeneous. So yes, even though they come from Sahara, when they were coming from the Sahara, it wasn't a homogeneous population. These people were already slightly, in some layers, admixed from some of them. But then
Yeah,
when
they
you
was
look at,
mixed. They was mixed during the green phase.
yeah. So even when you look at the EM78 marker, that's common in Northeast Africa, to this day, it's still the predominant marker. And that signature it's a genetic continuity with most of these so-called Afro-Asiatic speakers, primarily like the Amazigh Berbers, Somali, Eritreans, Upper Egyptians. You know, they still, the upper, I can honestly say, like if you look at the Sidi people, the Fila, these populations are the same people that was responsible for building Egypt. And that does not denounce they're African. Africa has always been diverse. So their skin tone always ranged. Then you also have a population of people from Levant coming in a long time ago, before a Hykso phase. I'm talking about these Neolithic farmers that start to mingle.
From the where you say?
From the Levant.
Oh, okay.
It's been so what I'm saying is Egypt was never homogenous. So what I'm saying is if you look at the population today, I would never take away that they are not Egyptians or Africans. They are Africans, they are Egyptians, and their skin tone range. They can be from dark as Wesley Snipes, or they can be light swarthy skin. We have to look at the alleles and pair the genes that's coming from the Anatolian population where they sweep in North Africa as early as 5,600 years ago, 7,000 years ago. So then you got to also understand that gene, that alanine and tethionine. If you have other genes that's active in certain environments, it doesn't stand out if other genes is active in certain environments like it would do with populations in Southern Europe or the Caucasus. So this is what give rise to that reddish undertone when alanine changes into thionine with sodium, potassium, calcium exchange 55 mutation. It's a lot of layers to understand in the genetics. So I would say that, look, I'm glad the brother brought it up. So you see the EM78, the R1BVA8, the AM13, the M2, even with Ramesses III having the EM2 marker.
That's the map.
Yeah. So even with Ramesses having the EM2 marker, you have to understand like the late downstream mutations that sub-Saharan or people of equatorial Africa south of the Sahara have. These people go through the early Green Sahara as the Keithians, they go south and they mix with Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, becoming their own unique cluster from where we're from. And then the other population goes into the Sahara and go east, and they're mingling with the EM7 that's there. And in the Delta, like, you know, in the destruction of Black civilization, like it always said, those people they always been highly mixed with Eurasian in the Delta portion. And if you look at that from then to now, the modern Egyptians represent the phase that even Dr. Chancellor Williams talk about in destruction of Black civilization. The North was always Eurasian highly. The upper population always had a blend between the autochthonous group and also the populations that also mingled with these people going down. So genetically, modern Egyptians are the ancient Egyptians. It's just like that.
And that's what I've been saying. I've been in Gozy. We keep asking that same question.
Where did they go?
Where did these niggas go?
No. I'm gonna tell you what y'all doing.
Where did the niggas go?
See, why don't you just hold on for a minute? All you gotta do is use Google. Hold on, use Google and see how there are different types of indigenous populations still there today. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Where did who go though? Who they saying who go?
Right, I don't know. They ain't went nowhere. When you go there,
yeah, them niggas still there. You still got Bijah people today there. You still got people.
That's my whole point.
No, but you make the point.
Niggas that's there. The niggas that's there right now.
No, you make a point. No, that's fine. But have you seen the niggas that's there today? They're not what you think. You got niggas that don't like you. They never left, bro.
I never said that,
Yeah,
but so
it ain't no pyramids in the Congo.
No, nigga, they don't. All right, man, you cracking though. Let me stop.
I'm not. I'm being serious.
So while I'm doing this thing, the thing about us in Western Central Africa, we created our own unique cluster. Our human leukoantigens is distinct from people in North Africa. The immunity levels is distinct. We even have fast twitch muscles at a higher percentage because if you understand like the hemoglobin levels when it comes to sickle cell fighting off malaria in the early wet phase of the Sahara, those fast twitch muscles are very distinct from people in North Africa and some people in the Horn of Africa. So even though we represent a blend also partially of Saharan or Paleo-Saharan ancestors that gave us the E marker, we still are our own unique group of people that develop its own cluster genetically that's distinct from people in Northeast Africa. So we're only related to the Green Sahara that's split in multiple directions.
Go ahead, Ngozi. Go ahead.
But he acting like that's because nobody remotely thinks that the African American are fucking Egyptians. As a matter of fact, if you were to take a DNA test, they wouldn't even identify you as sub-Saharan Africa. They would identify you as African American because we have developed our own unique thing over here.
Well, assign them doing a whole conference on it,
No, now you tell all of them, now you're having a different conversation.
They doing a whole goddamn conference on it. So no, I mean, like, we ain't making this up. Bro, you know there's niggas out here claiming that.
You gotta drag me in it then. And you can't put
you
me in
jumping in it.
Yeah.
You don't talk about the stupid ass shit.
But you guys know something. But you know, big brother Unc never claimed Egypt. That's not, you know, like when it comes to Amr, like you follow the old Amr, he always rep the Nubian Sudan area. And even with that, like we represent just cousins. But that shit that Asar is doing, that's pseudo, bro. I'm just keeping it 100. Them niggas in the Congo ain't got shit to do with Egypt. The ancient Yoruba ain't got shit to do with Egypt. And the thing about this Egyptian shit is that as long as people are able to claim that Egyptian shit, it leaves crack doors open for people to claim that Israeli shit, that Hebrew shit. So at this point, we got to destroy all that shit. Israel and Egypt. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's my point.
You leave Egypt open, you leave Israel open.
Yeah, I think Ngozi is he an official pseudo killer. Man.
Yeah, he get it. He get the argument.
So you can hear. So hold on, let me get this straight. So you can hear Ngozi say. So you can actually hear Ngozi say that they're different types of Africans, but they Africans. But when I say it, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. No. The bunch of motherfucking crap. That's all I ever say. I ain't never said no more than that. The bunch of flim-flam crap.
We don't
care
that
when
they
I said
African,
they was Mediterranean niggas, you was mad about that.
Yeah, African is a loose term. Hey, hold on. Hey, let me say. Hold on. Let me say this. African is a loose term, yo. That don't define.
It's pseudo.
And Mediterranean is a loose motherfucking term too.
All right, cool. So we all talking in loose terms.
No, Mediterranean ain't loose. They're speaking about a specific group of people.
Man, you think that the Egyptians and the Greeks is the same?
They Mediterranean niggas. They both Mediterranean niggas. Period.
Yo, you can have that. I'm done. I'm all right.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I ever said. I never said anything else.
I'm out of that. I'm out of that silly shit. But I'm telling you this, yo.
Mediterranean is a loose term because Iberian Maroons they look like how people look how they do today.
Africa is very diverse. We're not like Homo sapiens spent so much time in Africa that they're not homogenous as a species. I mean, Homo sapiens has spent more time in Africa than outside of Africa. So the diversity represents old layers of human development before the out of Africa exit, and also it represents a back migration at 3 phases of even the basal Eurasian component that comes back to 40,000 years ago in some layers, the Neolithic Eurasian component, and even the Bronze Eurasian component that found refugium in that continent. So Africa is so diverse in so many phases. It's a group of people in our development, and also from phases from the earliest population of basal Eurasian that dispersed back in. That's how diverse the continent is. You know, and if you settle somewhere for over 30,000 years, you know, it's hard enough for us that's been over here for 400 years to even know where the fuck we come from. That's how long, so imagine a nigga standing in the Nile for 10,000 years. He don't know where the fuck he came from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, even in goes, we was talking about that earlier. Them people they found there, what's that, Tafalet mountains and shit. Them motherfuckers was 36% Yoruba type, like Mendy type motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, up north.
Yes, and that 36% that were Yoruba Mendy, like
mixed with the Horned African Levantine type, you know, that was there as well.
Right, and that Yoruba Hadza type that was up there represents the old Assyrian culture that dispersed and separated from the population that went south and became the Bloombills Cave, or created the Bloombills Cave art in South Africa. So the splittage happened in between the Ethiopian era, where Homo sapien population go north and another population of Homo sapiens go south. And the ones that went north was absent from a lot of group populations that didn't have certain gene components as people that went into sub-Saharan or South Equatorial West and populations that went south. So this is why you're finding beads in early Morocco 100,000 years ago, and these niggas creating clothes. This is a story of Homo sapien development, bro. The diversity is powerful. The magic in just understanding that, it kills everything. It kills everything. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Absolutely, I 100% agree.
100%. Leaving the door open for the Hebrew Israelites and everybody else.
You know, it only the Hebrew Israelites, like that. Everybody say like Nile Valley Hebrew, man. That's a contradiction. Like this shit only makes sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy in a motherfucker, but it sounds like it makes sense to me. Like, I guess, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, these niggas was all the same niggas to me. Like, I just don't see the difference. Like, you can even look at the dress and all of the deities, everything. Like, they do everything just like one another. You know, everybody is in everybody's mythology. You know what I mean? Like, it's just plain. And like, I'm not a geneticist. Like, I appreciate Ngozi for coming in and giving us some of the genetics, right? But that's too complicated for me. You know what I'm saying? And well, I could eventually understand it if I found interest in it or whatever. But the thing is, I just like to just keep it simple, you know. And that was my whole thing. Like, they Mediterranean niggas. You know what I mean? That was my whole point. Like, these niggas is the same niggas. So like when I don't get like we shoot down, you know, people like Nile Valley Hebrew or even Zion Lex. Like, so the Egyptians didn't they wasn't fooling with the niggas from the Levant. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just saying they was all Mediterranean niggas. Like, y'all still have yet to refute that. I still ain't heard no refutation.
Dr. Ben said they come from the beginning of the Nile. He just refuted you.
Well, source. Where is source at? He said it? He just said that?
No, Dr. Ben said that.
No, I'm saying that that's all he did was just say it. He didn't demonstrate it.
No, they can't find where he got it from.
So. Hey, but if you type in Mediterranean cultures,
Egypt gonna be the first one.
It's gonna be the first one. But I'm, you know, like, I'm crazy though. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm some crazy nigga that don't know what the hell he talking about.
It's Mediterranean, you know what I'm saying? For sure. It's a because that's where it's located at.
That's where it's at.
But even in that scope,
genetically, I'm talking genetically though.
No,
we talking all Mediterranean.
No,
geographically.
No, if you talking about geographic, you talking genetics, you all over the place with that, because
I'm talking genetics and geographics. Right?
No, they genetics come from different places. You know, yeah, you got certain genetics
around the Mediterranean.
Yeah,
they come from all around the Mediterranean,
but they came from other places too.
Around the Mediterranean, right?
Like the E3B marker that a lot of Mediterraneans got. That's some Horn African shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's the shit.
Or some Northeast African shit. Won't be more shit.
Right, I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't deny that. Yeah, that's why I talk about the Turks, the Persians, all the motherfuckers. Like, they all the same niggas. I'm not leaving them out neither. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're all the same niggas.
Yeah, technically, Turks came in way later. Like, Turks are like the Turkish language is more closer to Mongolian language and shit. Them niggas came from the steeps and shit. Hell, like late during the Islamic period.
No, but wait, no. So you got to go back to an earlier name.
You talking about
Anatolia.
Yeah, but it wasn't no Turks or no, we weren't no Turks in that area during that ancient time. Turks was they come out of the Central Asian area, Turkestan and all that shit over there close to Mongolia and shit. Like it wasn't no Turks during the time of ancient Egypt. It wasn't no.
You mean the language family?
Right. Yeah. I'm talking about those people like that we call them Turks today.
So
did the all related?
So did the Turkish speaking people, did they replace the Anatolian population?
Somewhat. They took over, but some of the people that was already there still was there. They just infected the culture. You know, when Islam took over and shit. The Turks came and took over by way of Islam, you know what I'm saying? But even before then, they was like mercenaries for the Mongolians and shit. That's why that's why they speak Turkic. Turkic is a East Asian language. It's close to Japanese and shit, Mongolian.
Afro-Asiatic.
You know, Afro-Asiatic. Yeah, but they have a whole conference coming up where they're about to talk about Egypt and, you know, Egypt's connection to Western Central Africa and how African Americans are included in it. I think it's the two doctors, Dr. Issa, Dr. Farji. I think Assad said he had something to do with it. You know what I mean? And a whole bunch of other people. You know what I mean?
I don't want to hear Assad until he proved that quantum field theory was African culture. That's the only thing I want to hear from Assad. I don't want to hear nothing else.
I ain't hear him say that.
Yeah, you didn't, because you probably wasn't watching, but I was watching. I got
so that was on the last video he did.
Yeah, that was when he was on Sinetta.
Oh, when he was on Sinetta.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I was done with Assad with the Negro Egyptian shit, but it is what it is.
I was with him too until I read up on it. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't going to shoot him down, and I had to read on it. And then I was like, oh, no, that's kind of shaky. It's shaky at best. Damn pseudo at worst. But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wouldn't shoot it down, you know, right out of hand. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I had to look into it a little bit. And what I found was that it was basically pseudo linguistics. He liked to talk about the comparative historical method. And when I looked into that, right, the comparative historical method, you know, me being an enthusiast of astrophysics, it just looked like looker shit to me. You know what I mean? If somebody want to argue against that, fine. I ain't mad at you, whatever. But the historical comparative method just looked like a lot of complicated looker shit. And that's just me on the outside looking in. Like, you know, I don't know everything. I could be wrong, you know. Somebody can always show me something that will change my mind. But as of right now, it just looked like looker shit.
Yeah, because when you just using the comparative method by itself, you can't just do that. You got to use all the other elements, archaeology, genetics, and all the other different disciplines along with the comparative method. Because you don't know if some of the words are borrowed or not borrowed, or what's you know what certain words or you know what I'm saying, localized, or what words are borrowed from other cultures.
Right. You gotta you one thing about science is cross-confirmed by other disciplines. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, so you know, that's just how science works, and you have to cross-confirm any conclusions. You can't just use one method. That's just not. You know what I mean? So you know, a geologist, you know, his conclusions, if they contradict, you know, the physics, then you know what I'm saying? Now you gotta go back to the table either with the geology or the physics. You know what I'm saying? So usually
they all correspond, and you know, science is definitely multifaceted when it comes to the discipline, the multi-disciplines that you cross-confirm your conclusions with.
Somebody just rolled down their window.
That was me. You heard that?
Yeah, it sounded like you was about to buy some weed.
No, I'm ashing my blunt. That's all. You know what I mean? I don't like carrying no ashtray in my truck. At least not this one. My dump truck, yeah, that motherfucker is a different thing.
Yeah, so that's where we at. The each one teach one said Geechee is Middle Egyptian language and Gullah is from Kemet. These shit is wild, Joe. Yeah, we all over the place. Like I think that Egypt thing is a hot topic for the African American community, especially the you know, the remnants of the conscious community. You know what I mean? It's been taught so long, you know what I mean, that we that is our history. It's just like Moorish history, you know what I mean? We've been taught that North African history is our history just because it's in Africa, right? And then we were taught that all Africa was Black. And the parts of Africa that's not Black is because of invaders. And all of the accomplishments of the North Africans was actually Black accomplishments that the invaders actually took for themselves. That's the whole thing. So whether you're talking about the Moorish history or Egyptian history, you know what I mean, or anything that North Africans did, you know, we were taught since like the mid 70s that all of that was Black history that was stolen.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's because even the whole, if you think about it, the whole continent is named after a people of North Africa, like from the perspective of the
Afar people.
Yeah, where the first, you know, these were the areas where the Romans and the Greeks was contact with. So that's all they knew was that section. You know what I'm saying? So they, you know, so they named it after the Bani, as you said, the Bani Afri or Bani Afar people.
Mm-hmm. The Afri, because they called it Libya at first. And then at that time, they didn't know how big Africa was anyway. So they really wasn't even talking about the whole continent on either term, whether they was talking about Libya, whether they was calling it Libya or Afar or Afrique. You know what I mean? They wasn't talking, they had no knowledge that the continent was that vast. So.
Yeah, and then like you said, Chef, and that was the whole point in, you know, because like you get people that my uncle, he took a trip to Kemet and went down to the Giza Plateau, and he talked about yeah, you know, so the Arabs is down there, they giving the tours as if this is their shit, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking like, no, them ain't Arabs, dude. Those is Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? It is they shit. You know what I mean? Like they ain't never left, bro. You know what I'm saying?
They just speak Arabic. Right.
Yeah. And so you know, that's the whole thing, and that's what mostly I be kind of fighting against, like the misinformation on that. That's just misinformation, period, you know. Like I said, we do, West Africa have great achievements. Like we study focused on Egypt, though, you know. So we and then the whole reason it's a false premise, because the whole reason why we focused on Egypt is to remember our history, or to go back to our beginnings and stuff, so that we can figure out where we're going. People say, well, you don't know where you're going unless you know where you're coming from, right? But if we talking about we came from Egypt, then how the fuck we gonna know where the hell we going? Like, yeah, this shit's crazy to
me, man. Yeah, that shit wild. Yeah, that shit wild. Man, West Africa, West Africa, we had some, like, if you really study this shit, man, we had some shit going on. We was dope.
Mm-hmm. And
question.
we,
so what categories y'all want to use then? What we doing?
What categories? What do you mean?
Yeah, let's do like the big boys do. Yo, so when you fuck with the Egyptians, right? What categories do you want to use? Since we understand that there is no such thing as race, bro. So we're gonna get that. We're gonna get away from the faulty. Hold on for a minute. We're gonna get away from the faulty premise, right?
I like race.
Get away from the faulty premise. So the faulty premise is race. When they said Mongoloid, Caucasoid, and Negroid, they was wrong. That started the whole scientific racism. That started the whole bullshit, and it fueled the transcontinental kidnapping trade. So we're gonna get off that bullshit. So when the Black Scouts was coming in, they actually followed the faulty premise. So I'm not doing that. Right, I got the tools now, and I want to use them tools. So I'm gonna ask y'all now: is y'all gonna go with skin color? Right, you're gonna categorize people by skin color, or maybe a hair texture, or huddle groups. How y'all want to do it? Don't run around the board, right? Don't run around the board. Let me know, because you will soonly find, depending on the category you use, right? You'll find that the Egyptians fit comfortably in Africa amongst all African people on the continent. How y'all want to do it? Pick one though. Don't just run around.
You go. You arguing again?
Nope. I'm
arguing again. You arguing again?
Nope. I want to bring clarity to. I want to bring clarity to. I want to make. I want to bring clarity.
Because you're basically trying to contradict us.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Saying it. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, what categories are we using?
It depends on what we're talking about. So is we talking about
no, we're talking about
the
genetics? Peopling. I thought we were talking about the people in Egypt.
So we're talking about the culture, right? The people.
We said forget Egypt.
Nah.
You're talking about the population.
You want to go culture? So hold on. So if you play the culture card, you're gonna lose that because that puts them comfortably in Africa. Don't use that.
It put them comfortably right on the Mediterranean Sea.
Now it put you right there in the sights of a Sahotep. You'll get beat up with that one. And I would have to agree with him. So get off that.
You already agree with him.
Nah, don't do that.
You just with the black land. You just going around the Marbury.
No, we're not talking. Nah. You what we calling right now? You derailing the conversation, Chef. I'm trying to help out Concrete Corey. Corey, don't use culture as a quote unquote standard, because then you're gonna put the Egyptians in Africa. Like that works and done. Don't do that.
I never took them out of Africa though.
No. I'm saying like coalescing with other African cultures. Not Mediterranean niggas.
No.
I'm not. Not the Greeks. Not the Greeks. Okay, so we're gonna do this every week. Hold on, every week we're gonna do a category, and watch how the Egyptians move around the board, yo. It's
y'all talk about Africa in such pseudo ways.
Nah, man. Nah. You making it about Africa right now. I'm
you
saying what
just
categories
said
I'm
talking
use.
About Egypt.
No, I said
Africa.
no. I said no. What I said was, if you use a category of culture, right, to figure out who the Egyptians are, they're going to fit comfortably inside of Africa.
Universal Africa.
African. No, bro. Okay, well, I hear you playing the game, but you get my
point. I say Asia and Africa, because some of their products and shit come from both.
Now we're not talking about products now. See how y'all mixing it? That's not what we're talking about.
We're talking about like their products,
the products and goods.
The cattle, the crops.
Nope. We talking about how they do they. Nope. We talking about how they do their rituals, right?
Yeah, it's
how they make their supplications. Hold on. That's what we're talking about right now. If you want to do the,
they value system and part of their culture.
Okay, so you can. You know the Romans and the Greeks fit comfortably with each other in that area on certain rituals.
They fit comfortably with the Egyptians too.
No, they don't. They don't do the same shit.
They fit right comfortably.
Fire is not a key component of Greek religion. We see it today in the Olympics.
What?
It's in the Olympics. In the Olympics, yo, don't let the fire go out.
Oh,
that's the old ancient tradition. It is. Yo, you can look them up. I say Minoan Greek.
Minoan Greek.
I don't be wanting to just shoot y'all up like that. I be thinking that y'all can hear what I'm saying. And I'm saying there's categories where the Egyptians will coalesce with the Palestinians and Middle Easterns. It's depending on what category you use. That's what I'm trying to show you. But y'all hard-headed. We got the video, right? We could play the video. We could do it. But that's why I say, what categories are we using? It ain't as simple as niggas think it is on no side. That's why I say, well, pick a fucking category and let's talk about it. Every week, let's pick a category. We'll get to the point where Corey is right. Yeah, they in the Mediterranean. They traded there. Yeah, Corey, you're right.
Shit, they did everything there.
Mediterranean.
They did everything there.
Yeah, but Chef being quiet because you know damn well when we say Mediterranean culture, we don't mean they came from the Mediterranean. We simply mean that they traded in the Mediterranean. He know that.
I
but he
mean,
not saying that right
they
now.
was a part of the culture.
He hiding his dirty hand.
No. But I'm saying they was a part of the culture that made up the Mediterranean culture. If you type in Mediterranean culture, the first place that comes up is Egypt.
They talking about trade, yo.
I dare you.
They're not saying that niggas that trade in the Mediterranean.
Culture. You type in the word, the phrase Mediterranean culture.
No, there's a distinct
definition. First one
Corey.
that comes up, the very first thing that comes up is Egypt.
Corey, there's a distinct definition of what we're saying that most.
Tefnut then got his ass.
Yo got sucked into the waters and knew.
He lied on Tefnut. He was lying on Tefnut. That's what happened.
Yo,
you gotta cut that out, huh? You gotta cut that shit out.
Sucked into the waters and knew.
Hell yeah. Got that. The primordial waters got his ass.
A line.
Yeah. But yeah, though, so like you said, like he talking about like we could choose it. So the whole thing is about what you're talking about. So like, you know, when you're talking about culture, okay, they're Mediterranean culture. I mean, what do you want me to say? What else you wanted me to say? Like what would you call them? Anybody else on the panel? Can y'all tell me what would you call them? Adrian, what would you call them? What, like if I say they was a Mediterranean culture, you say no, they this culture. What would you say, Adrian?
I would honestly say that, and you gotta let me finish for what I'm about to say.
I wouldn't even cut you. I wouldn't dare cut you, young fella. Go ahead.
All right, so I will say this.
Yes, shit!
Oh my gosh, this is what I'll say. Yes, Egypt is a Mediterranean culture, but then at the same time, I believe that from the way since the Nile is there, they're also a mixture of the southern Nilotic people as well. So I would say they're a mix of both.
So is pissing on, is letting a cow piss on your head dominant in Egypt? Is that a dominant part of their culture in Egypt?
I don't really study Egypt like that, but what I'm saying
you
is
can't use cow pissing on the head as a goddamn demarcation.
I'm just saying
that's
though,
a big
like
point, yo.
You saying it's a Nilotic? You saying Nilotic? Like I'm saying, like when I look at Nilotic culture,
all Nilotic cultures don't even all Nilotic cultures don't do that though.
I know. I understand that.
This is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. They're also I believe they also was a mix between the people who was part of the Nile as well, because those are the people that they kept on like beefing with. Even Diodorus Siculus said that that the Egyptians told him that their colonists sent by the Ethiopians, who are the Sudanese, like the Dongle of those people. So yes, they're Mediterranean, and they are a mixture of the Sudanese as well and others down there. So
right, when you get down to the southern area, just like in Mexico, you got niggas, you can't even tell whether you in Mexico or Texas. You know what I mean? So fine, I would never disagree with that, Adrian. I would never disagree with that.
Because if you use that term Mediterranean race, for example, like back then in that scope, you know what I'm saying, even though it's a pseudo anthropology term, they put Horn Africa in that scope. Like, you know what I'm saying, they would consider them people Mediterranean too.
I appreciate that. It only makes sense to me. You had the Arabs and shit over there. You know what I'm saying? The Persian motherfuckers and shit. Like them all Mediterranean niggas to me. Like it's all the same. You know, it's all the same.
And even what's his name? I forget. I read this chapter in Robin Walker's work. I think it was Galen or somebody, and he wrote something called De Acturia, and he was like describing certain populations. He said Italians or like Mediterraneans, we generally have thicker hair, olive, we're generally olive complected, while the northern barbarians, the people from northern Europe, are pale, taller, and the Egyptians, the ones that I saw have, curly hair and who are very dark. So like, and even the Mediterranean people today, a lot of Italians to this day, they still have like, curly hair and dark skin. So
Just
it
because they
just,
mix, that's because they mix with some of Just because they had a lot of ancestors because they mixed with some of the Neolithic farmers that was already there in the South. But the original Italians or Indo-European speakers who split up from Proto-Celtic people, like Attilic, early Attilic and Proto-Celt, or people that was related, and they migrated in through the Indo-European migration in the late Bronze Age.
I mean, but like, I'm not like disputing that. It's just that like that's what Galen says his people looks like. We have thick black hair and we generally are dark. I'm going
Yeah,
by
but I
what he
think it speaks
says
to the
about
point
his
that
people.
it speaks to the point that they were the monolithic people though. So it depends on who they saw. So of course you're gonna see people like that. You know what I mean? Like I don't think there would be any type of disagreement within the race that they are. You know what I'm saying? You may see some, just like if they came across an American, they came across Sosa, they would say that the American had goddamn dreads and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I mean? It wouldn't. You can't use it as a to say all the people in America look like that. You know, but it's who we came in contact with.
I
Like
mean,
I still feel like you know what I mean. Like I don't really argue about it. I feel like the niggas that's there is the same niggas. That's what
my
my
point.
argument's about. I ain't trying to argue nothing else. Them
That's
niggas
it.
there is the same niggas. They ain't went nowhere. They right there where they was at. Now you want to talk about maybe they was not so heavily as mixed. Okay, you can have that. But them niggas descendants, they right there. No, it's like that's their grandbabies right there roaming around that same area that they've been in for thousands of years. That's my argument.
But my thing is they look like the rest of North Africans. So why would Egypt have to be so different? You dig what I'm saying?
Like, it would depend on who you looking at. Like if we look at like the ancient Greek historians, a lot of them say the Egyptians look all over the place. Like Herodotus would say that they look like the people from Georgia. Lucian described an Egyptian priest where he said he was bald headed and had like broad nose and protruding lips. Like North Africa is a mixed population, so it would depend on who this particular person is who saw at the time. So North Africa has always been diverse. I mean, there's not like spatial autocorrelation going on down there. Same as Rome or Greece.
Phenotypically fine. Yeah, they've been diverse, but the articles say, you know what I'm saying, the society been homogenous for thousands of years genetically. You know what I'm saying? So all of the look, like we getting into a lot of lookership, like what their lips look like, what kind of hair they had. And this, like, that's not my argument. Like, I'm not the skin, the color of their skin. That's all a red herring. It's all a side bar. You know what I mean? Like it convolutes the actual argument. It convolutes the actual statement that was made. You know what I mean? When we get into the skin color and what color their eyes may have been. Some of them might have had protruding lips, and you're gonna have that I don't give a fuck what point you go to.
That shit exists in Central America.
Absolutely.
You know what
Absolutely.
I mean?
I'm looking at what the Proverbs / documents be saying.
But those features exist within Central America. Those features exist in goddamn in Asia. Right.
Yeah.
So that's
I'm looking at what Lucian and Herodotus and all of the Greeks and
that's
Romans.
Fine. That was a subjective.
Yeah, we're saying that just lookership though.
It's lookership and it's subjective. Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about who they are genetically though. Yeah, versus what they look
anecdotal.
like.
Yeah, that's anecdotal. right there. So you know what I mean. Everybody gonna have their own people who they come in contact. If you want to write about it, then that's fine. You know what I mean. That don't mean that's what all the people look like. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, we can look at people today and see how the diversity goes, especially with the skin color, the features. You know what I'm saying? The phenotypic features and all of that. You know, all of that's.
I mean, I'm not refuting on what none of y'all are saying. I just said that the Greeks said the Egyptian population looked all over the place. So y'all are still saying that Egypt is mixed. I'm just saying what I'm saying what y'all saying, but I'm looking at it
We
from
all
a
saying the same
historical. Yeah, I'm looking at it from a historical perspective because in the craft of history, we hold primary source documents up more than we do secondhand documents. So I'm coming with that perspective. So I'm not refuting nothing that y'all saying.
Right.
Yeah, you just beat their ass up.
What he beat
no,
us up?
I'm
Nah,
just
because
sorry.
look,
Don't fall for that thing. Don't
So
fall for that
I'm
shit.
just
you
being
found
real.
your way
Like,
out of the waters anew.
Don't fall for that shit. For
I'm just
goddamn
saying that that's
singularity.
a diverse population. That's all I'm saying. Because
right.
people from
And that's
Georgia,
all
they from
anybody's
Russia.
saying. Yeah, we agree with damn well.
But I mean, what do you mean diverse? Like genetically or phenotypically?
Just how they
See, you
look.
don't
Just
got no
how they
genetic
look.
article to say what these
I already got the
told
article.
I already told you, Corey. I told you that shit, bro.
Listen to this.
Whoa. Hold on. Hey, Sosa, let's get you out the way. Am I wrong, Sosa? Help me out,
you're
bro.
not wrong. You're not
I'm
wrong.
not listening to them.
God,
No. Hey, Sosa.
You're not wrong. The article says don't use that to judge the population, bro. You're right.
So why?
Right.
Okay.
No,
so then
that ain't what the article said.
No.
That's not what the article said. No.
Hey, yo. Hey, Sosa, what it say? So I'm talking to Sosa right now. You don't have to jump in.
I'm paraphrasing, man, but it says something to the effect that do not use this as a means to clarify the population.
They have more data. They want to get more data. But as far as the data that we have right now, the data that's available to us right now.
Corey.
No, see, because y'all reading the article wrong.
We're not.
What the article is saying, let me explain. Sosa explain what the article is saying. Now let me explain. Go ahead, pull it up, and now let me tell you why I feel.
Guess what? Listen, we don't need anybody to explain the article. Just read it. Read that part.
Right. Hold on. Let me tell you what I'm feeling the article saying. So the
we
article,
don't want your opinion though, because we know you anti.
No, so we can figure out who right and who wrong.
Is it anti-gypsy?
I might resemble that remark.
While he's pulling up the document, can I say something?
Hey,
hold on,
I'm not smiling.
No, I'm disappointed.
I'm not smiling. I'm not smiling.
I'll see y'all later, y'all. I'll see y'all later. It was a good show. I'm leaving, yo. I'm gonna let Reggie take over.
Like, listen, how are we gonna do this when that man just sat there and let that man from Rocky talk about Africa's had a connectivity from goddamn Africa all the way to the goddamn to the America.
Right, that's what I was just gonna say. That, so
I'm not smiling.
I'm glad you're here, Reggie. I'm not leaving. I'm glad you're here.
I'm not smiling. Can I just say a few words without the chatter? Can I say a few words?
Hey, hold on, Reggie. Listen to this.
Let's let the brother
one
talk.
time. One time, Reggie. I'm gonna make a comment and then you can go. Uninterrupted. You can go. Reggie, you know the night that you was on the pseudo killers. You remember that last time you was on the pseudo killers?
Yes.
Now, me and you, we had a discussion, Reggie.
Yes.
We had a very poignant. It was a very good discussion. It was very productive discussion.
Yes.
And we came to an agreement, right? But then the very next day, not even 24 hours later, Reggie, you go right on Sinetta
because I came to an agreement with you on a certain time period. I didn't come to the agreement.
Reggie.
I didn't come to the agreement with you. First of all, my presentation on Sinetta and my presentation before that had nothing to do with ancient Egypt.
But I'm just I didn't see your presentation. I was
that's why. So
I was specifically talking about the shit that you was agreeing with.
I understand,
and allowing to go through after we had our discussion. Though,
yeah.
Reggie.
Okay.
That's
So let me
go ahead.
Okay. So let me help you out.
Mm-hmm.
Our terminology is wrong, right? There is the Holocene period. The Holocene period is the establishment of all the groups, the Central, the Eastern, and the Western. The Eastern is the groups on the Nile Valley. The Central is the Congo Basin, right? And the Western is the Niger. So the Holocene period is when the Sahara is green.
That's stupid as shit, yo.
Those populations, because of the climate, when the Holocene starts to desertify, all they do is step down. So those groups of people, but this is a belt. So these people in the Green Sahara are communicating. When the Sahara desertifies, they step down. It becomes the Sahel. And then it becomes the green Sahel, which is the river valleys, which are connecting. And that's where they step down. So this is the formation of West Africa, Central Africa, and the formation of the Nile Valley. So then there are all these other periods.
Hold on, Reggie. Like, you got to run that by me one more time. That was fast. I just didn't understand that. Run that. You said this was, go ahead, run that back by me.
Hey, Reggie, hold on, Reggie. Hey, Reggie, I clearly understood what you said.
Thank you.
And there's a reason why.
Because I know you would, Unc.
I clearly understand what you're saying. And that's exactly how it went. But they got a study on that.
Yeah, you're the expert. You're one of the experts that I follow on the Green Sahara, the Tassili, Niger, Rock Art, the Cave of the Beasts, the Cave of the Swimmers, the settlements. So Ankh, the wavy line and dotted pottery, all of that, Ankh is in a whole nother time period, right? That time period changes because of the climate. So now the animals that was there, they start to move, the people start moving with the animals because they are in tune with the nature. The desert becomes very hot and the nights become very cold. The animals move, their food supply moves, the rivers dry up. They have to step down. The Sahel is formed. When the Sahel is formed, right, these people step down even further to the what's left of the water supplies because you need water. The other part of it is you overlay this with the invention of the fired pottery. That happens in West Africa for the world, not for China and Japan, but for that part of the hemisphere. Once pottery is fired, pottery saves humanity. They're able to carry seeds. They're able to boil. Boil is important for us for other food supplies. Prior to the pot, and because of the climate, humans were on a life string. They were on a string. But the boiled pottery allowed them to cook food better instead of putting it on fire, right? Pottery became a major communication vehicle because water was important to those groups of people. So when they step down to the Green River valleys, there's another overlay that we put on, which is cattle. Cattle came into Africa early, maybe about 6400 BC, but they began to get involved in a cattle culture. They began to increase their cattle supplies. And cattle was the thing, cattle needs grasslands. And so the cattle dictated, so you got large groups of people herding their cattle, right? So there's communications between African people during the late Holocene period going into the Sahel, right? Egypt is not even formed. Nobody's talking about fucking Egypt. Nobody's talking about fucking Egypt. Egypt is a child of what's happening with these parent people.
The Nile wasn't even heavily populated during that time.
Right. Neither was Mesopotamia. It was a fucking swamp. And it was the pottery that left, like when man left Africa, he brought pottery too. So cuneiform and all of that, they don't have no long cultures. The motherfuckers can't even draw, right? They can't even draw. So later they get to writing, but we're not even in that period yet. We're just in the period of these are the brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles of ancient Africans, right? Stepping down through different periods. So I'm not talking about, I do know that, okay, so metallurgy, you got to put that overlay on. Well, the people in West Africa, they become masters of iron, but they don't just become masters of iron without understanding copper and bronze. So they get those things through the trade routes. They how can I say, what they do with that is they innovate further and they get to iron. Egypt didn't know no fucking about no iron. That came from the southern parts, but the southern parts was going through the Yellow Nile to Chad and with the migrating herds of cattle. So I'll stop. We're not even in the period. Do you understand the period that we're in? We're in the period of the megaliths going to not first stone circles and out in West Africa, and grave burials becoming astronomical in Nabta Playa. We're into the cave art. We're into the neural and cognitive innovations of the African.
The black boy mummy that they found in Southern Libya.
Right, and he was young, like
What
compared to
black
what
boy
we're
mummy?
talking about. That was an innovation. That was an innovation, and maybe a 1,500 years before mummification in Egypt. I'm not Egypt
Hey
centric.
Reggie, hold
Yes.
on, Reggie. Why they call it the black mummy though? See, niggas act like they don't know why they call it the black mummy.
Yeah, why is it called that? I ain't never heard of that before.
Largely, because of the mummification process and how it dealt with.
Because it was a black child. Because it's what you would consider a black child. That's fuck why.
Yeah.
And I'm done. I'm just now.
Yeah, but
fuck out.
It would have been something like Nilo-Saharan type.
But I wouldn't. I would.
Hey, listen, I want Reggie to speak to the interconnectivity of Africa.
No, he don't agree with that. Yeah, he don't agree with that.
He didn't say nothing. He was right there when he said it. He didn't say nothing.
I know, yo,
but he on here correcting us though.
Why are you speaking for Reggie?
Yeah, he on here correcting us though.
Listen, let me show y'all something. I always say this. I say, Reggie, hold on. Just wait. Just hold on, bro. Y'all forget who Reggie is, yo. Reggie grew up on both sides. No, Reggie, it was a younger guy with those older guys growing up, right? No, yo, and he connects. Listen, yo, he connects to both sides. He connects to James Smalls and all them motherfuckers, pseudo niggas that we talk about, and he connects to our side, right? And so we don't got no confidence in this shit for Reggie to go to. So y'all trying to make the nigga get put out the fucking club, right? He doing the best he can do. He trying to juggle both sides. Like, I can understand where he at.
Can't juggle both sides. Can't juggle both sides.
But he wasn't in agreement with it though.
If you there with the nigga and you don't correct it, you in agreement with it. Like if I go to rob a store.
No, I'm into knowledge production, sir. Sir, I'm into knowledge production, sir. I'm in a different league. Bro, I'm into knowledge production, bro. I'm in a different league. I can talk to the PhDs.
Then why would you let English be produced if you're in knowledge production?
King Sosa, am I talking to you, King Sosa? What PhD do you talk to? Who do you talk to?
There you go with the bullshit.
No, it's not the bullshit. It's, you know what? You know what it is? What I'm just trying to say is that.
Hey, Reggie, just explain to them what you're saying.
I don't care about nonsense, bro.
No, that's not what Reggie's doing, bro. No, Reggie not doing that.
If you're not agreeing with it, why would you not let Reggie answer, bro? I don't understand, like, why if he say I might receive it better, bro.
No, but
just
you
let him explain it.
when he asked, listen, you asked
I
him a
ain't
question.
jump on. I asked him a question, bro, and you.
No, listen. No, I'm gonna shut up. Listen, I'm gonna shut up. Let me make a point. I know you're right, but hold on. Reggie asked you how many PhDs do you talk to? Now you can take it one or two ways. That he trying to be slick, saying nigga, you don't talk to niggas that's at the level, or you can say that his fucking friends is PhD, they might be fucking nuts, but at least he can talk to the nuts. So how did you take it? I just wanted to throw that in there.
I didn't take it no type of way because I wanted him to address what I asked him. I don't want him to talk about how.
Well, that was the point. But you have to understand the bigger point. The bigger point is a lot of the scholars that I talk to who are PhDs, I tell them that they're wrong. I ask them for their information. I say that you don't know enough. You sound good, right? You don't know enough. And I tell them and I warn them about young people who are studying, who have the same citations that you are getting, and you're wrong, and you got to fix that. I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Cometics. I bang against them, and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up. I'm the one who does that. I debate the Kemetic people,
So
right?
you said you had that conversation with Roger about the African connectivity to the megaliths of the goddamn island.
No, I don't talk about island.
He talked about an African connectivity that expanded from Africa all the way to the Fiji Island, all the way to America, that they maintain a connectivity.
I never said that.
No, we said you was on the show where it was said, and you said nothing.
No, I don't have to say anything in the public. I could talk to them. Do you understand? When I do a presentation,
you talking to us public though.
But no, do you understand? But what it is I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that let's talk about it, right? I don't beat up on the pseudo killers. You're my friends. It's not like them other people that 10 years ago they couldn't even get in the Amara squad, right? The research wasn't nothing, and now they experts, right? So I'm not talking about you with them. I have conversations with y'all.
It's shots everywhere. It's shots everywhere.
Can we get into to those Heliocene glacier periods? I wanted to add on to what Reggie was saying about that population, if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Ngozi, and Ngozi, listen, if I'm so pseudo, you have Ngozi here to say, Brother Reggie, you incorrect. Or he'll call me up and we'll talk.
No, we said you were pseudo for letting all that wild shit go on that.
No. I'm not. Listen, I'm on that conference. I don't want to be kicked out that conference.
Reggie, you on your A game when you come over here. You was over there bullshitting.
No, I was talking about my information. They was talking about theirs. I don't have to disagree with them in public.
Reggie, we ain't disagreeing with you saying over here. We disagreeing with you not saying that shit over there.
Right, because I'm going to. Do you know what I did do you know what I did in that last presentation? I showed everybody they don't know what they're talking about with the origins of West Africa. They don't know that pottery was created in West Africa. They don't know about the innovations of West Africa. I let all of them know that. And if they know it, they didn't say it.
No,
so I disagree. I can disagree with scholars through framing the information. I talked about the cattle. I talked about the Yellow Nile. I talked about the climate. I talked about metallurgy. I talked about and then I didn't even get to writing. But I don't have to. Where would I be if I get kicked out of both clubs? Your club and their club. Where would I be?
We ain't gonna kick you out. You can be wrong over here. You know what I mean? We just want to tell you wrong and move on.
So they yellow now. They yellow. How far does yellow now go? And then we'll talk about the yellow now.
They don't know.
Yes, we do. It's called the Wadi Horor. HORAR. Right? It takes you from Nubia. They like to use Cushitic, right? But it's a stream off the Nile in the southern part that goes to Chad, right? And then it stops. It drew up the damn yellow Nile. It dried up about 4,000. It began to dry up about 4,000 BC. Right? And so there's no more yellow fucking Nile.
Before Egypt.
Oh, we're not even talking about Egypt.
Right.
Wait, I gotta take this call from Sinetta.
All right, go ahead and go.
So when we talk about the Heliocene glacier period, it was 3 phases. So this is why I say that the people that we represent in Western Central Africa, we are hybrid ourselves. So men would like this E1B1A marker, and I'm not just basing this off haplogroups. A lot of that stuff comes from the population from the Green Sahara. The same people that were called the Kepians before the Tenarians. The same people that were responsible for the round-headed cave art, the pheasant cave art, and Tassili cave art. But this is before a dynastic Egypt even formed. So here's the thing. If we study the populations that was in the Green Sahara, again, they were not homogeneous. So us that went south and developed later downstream mutations of what we have, there were already people south of the Sahara. This is what the Shamranka cave of those skeletons that just been sequenced. They were absent of E1B1A markers, which showed that it was a population of hunter-gatherers and other groups of people that was in equatorial sub-Saharan, or what we call sub-Saharan Africa, before E1B1 anything got there, right? So Brother Reggie is right about a population dispersing south, but when we go there, there are already people there, and we mingle with these people, again, creating our own unique cluster. The same thing with some of those people that went to the Middle Stone Age population, or the remnants of the Middle Stone Age population. And the same population, another group that was in the early Green Sahara that went towards the Nile, there were people lingering in the Nile. And again, Mediterranean countries include all of those North African countries, the Mediterranean Sea, Southern Europe, Israel, and the Eastern Mediterranean countries are Anatolia that we know today as Turkey. That's all because of the Mediterranean Sea. If you look at Mediterranean countries, Egypt is a transcontinental country. So is Israel. Israel is a transcontinental country, and it's connected to the African-Syrian route. So it makes sense that you have some genetic signatures that's leaking out of Africa a long time ago. But when you get into these niches, when they go towards the Nile, there are people who back migrated, who were slightly related to Natufians, who were already lingering in those portions of the Nile. And also you have in the further south of Sudan, when you go past Aswan, there were populations there as well. So again, by the time Egypt, even before a pyramid exists, they wasn't homogeneous. It wasn't a monolith on the genetic signature, even when some of those people come from the early Sahara and they go east. So basically, people think that when these people want to go in these certain areas, that these areas is isolated or it's vacant. No, there are people there and they're getting absorbed into these people, creating their own unique cluster later on, a long time ago. So in relation, if you're running around here with this haplogroup E marker, you are related to populations partially in certain genetic phases to them, but you also have a large distant population that's genetically far because they mix with populations that wasn't even as close. So as a species, yes, we're all the same at 99.9%, but people develop certain genetic signatures at the clinal level, what they call clines, based off the region that they've been in that's been absent from regions that you've been in. So in relation, the Egyptians are completely African, North African, and to be North African, you have to include the Eurasian component that played a major role in the genetic signatures of North Africa. Africa, you get what I'm saying? To be a so-called African or whatever you hear people call it, it's not one way to be an African. It's not. And in North Africa, people got to accept the portions of them that also came from the Levant because it played a role in those areas a long time ago. Even when you deal with the Ibero-Maurutians and look at the DNA that they got, some of that shit is from Libertine populations that came in a long time ago before Hyksos. So again, even in the early Green Sahara, these people were not one thing. And even with those who went south, there's an article on it. They went deeper into the Yoruba population genetics. 12.5% of it goes to a slight portion of a basal Eurasian and early North African component that settled there. So again, even West Africans aren't monogamous or I mean homogenous. They're not it's a crazy story in Western Central Africa. They represent layers of portions of genetic signatures that's not absolutely from there, yet and still they mix with populations that's been there, like these hunter-gatherers and other groups before they go there. So if you're running around here with haplogroup E, and again, haplogroups only make up less than 1% of your DNA, but it tells your deep ancestral lineage from your paternal side or your maternal side that goes unchanged, because paternal haplogroups doesn't recombine. So it goes unchanged. So the thing is that when you deal with these genetic signatures, it tells the deep ancestral origin of what these people were going to. You guys get what I'm saying?
I'm with you. Shit,
Yeah,
nigga, I'm with you.
because like you said, even during that Tenarian period, it was a multicultural, different people trading off of different products and stuff, different, different cultivation and pastoralism techniques and shit.
Yeah. So people, it's not like, so yeah, there is a relation to an ancient Egyptian as a cousin. Absolutely. Are we ancient Egyptians? No. Are we ancient Hebrews? No. These people had their own genetic, and even today, a lot of our ancestors descend from Yoruba, Igbo, all these different groups of people. African Americans represent a mosaic of Western Central Africa, but we got certain components that's absent in those areas. So let me just say this one thing. We have signatures that's absent from those populations, like the Northwestern European component that ranges in us at 12% to 20%. Also, the mosaic of Western Central Africans that had their own unique clusters that develop in regions of West Africa that was slightly distinct. All that shit combined in Americas create its own unique situation today. So you're no longer a Yoruba. You're no longer an Igbo. Even though you descend from populations of that, once it combined in North America, this is why they're able to tell who's an African American, who's a Yoruba, who's an Igbo, because there are small distinctions even within those populations. In Nigeria, they speak over 250 fucking languages. So it's like we have to, if we all follow science, we got to accept the differences. We got to accept the evolution. We got to accept the changes. We got to accept even the uniqueness of what we are today. Like for example, my mother's Fulani. I'm not fucking Fulani. A lot of her genetic signatures, even though I share 23% of my DNA with my mom, another 23 is from my African American father. So ultimately, I grew up ethnically African American. Culturally, I'm African American. So what am I now? I can't say I'm Fulani because my mama Fulani. I can't. You get what I'm saying? I represent the culture ethnic group that I am in North America. So I like to say Western Sudanic Creole, African American Creole, like most of us.
I mean, me myself personally, I wouldn't consider you particularly African American.
It goes. Is you familiar with the article DNA analysis of the Nile Valley population, a genetic corridor or a barrier to migration?
Yes, I think we shared that before. That's fun.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Right. So niggas need to knock it the fuck off. How about that? Like that ain't nothing new, right? It's a genetic corridor where populations is moving back and forth, and to act like it ain't is bananas to me. And then to overemphasize that, it's also bananas. The whole shit is bananas. So, all right, that's just a little excerpt from my book. Just a little snip. Snip. Yeah. Imagine the nucleotide sites. You feel me? That's what we doing.
Hey,
I'm right here.
What's the format you write your books in?
What you mean, what format I'm writing that?
MLA, Chicago. What's the format?
I'm going pseudo killer.
No, I'm asking.
Like, nigga, I know what you're saying, nigga. I know what you're saying. God dang. Oh, that mercy, yo.
Some people try to say, like I was reading a comment, one brother said Ngozi is going backwards and forward. Bro, science, you can't put this shit there's no one answer to this. So it may sound it may sound contradictory to the person that's talking shit, but you have to understand that you can't put science or DNA or none of this shit in a headlock. And that's pseudo when you try to do that. So I'm not on no side, because you can't play sides when it comes to ancient people and people today. You can't do that shit, yo. You can't. It's not one answer to it. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not. And to play that role, like Ancient Egyptian was exclusively this, or ancient Hebrews was exclusively this. That's the craziest, dumbest shit. We're not even exclusively shit. 40% of African Americans is R1B M269. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that stop you from being an African American because of dumbass haplogroup? That's the stupidest shit in the world. We have to understand ethnicity. What is an ethnicity? What is the idea of a race? What you gotta know this shit. Ethnically, there's not one signature even in us. It's 41 million of us. So to say that shit, this marker is this, bro, that's when it becomes pseudo, because you're trying to pigeonhole ancient populations. You cannot do that. Nobody could. My question is all African Americans running around here E1B1A if we want to base it off small ass haplogroups? Hell no. No. So like it's crazy, man.
You ain't changing, yo. They think that shit's just straight up a one line, straight line. It's not even that, yo. Not that. And that's why I asked him earlier. I said, yo, so what categories you want to use? Right? Depending on what category you're using to categorize Egyptians, the motherfucker gonna move. And they ain't getting that, Gozy. What you want me to do? I'm trying to tell them. Depending on what category you're using. Are you using the nucleotides? I mean, what part of the DNA you gonna use? Like, how you gonna do it?
Human leukoantigens, nucleotides, Kleino deficits. It's a lot of layers to it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's but I could say this. Now, ancient Egyptians and modern Egyptians they're completely North African. They are Africans. And the thing is, Africa is diverse for a whole lot of reasons, because Homo sapiens spent more time on the continent in development, from older phases of Eurasians back migrating multiple times, more than one time. There's a lot of reasons why Africa is diverse. So we have to get into what makes you an African, what defines an African. We do know that ancient Egyptian civilization was a civilization that developed right there in Africa, regardless if some of their distant ancestors back migrated from another place 6,000 years before a pyramid was born. I'm sorry, before it developed. You know what I'm saying? Because even with us, it's only been in some areas 200 years for us. They still had slaves that was being brought over in the underground after 1865. People don't talk about that. Some of your ancestors was only here less than 200 years, while the earlier phase of your ancestors been here for over 400 years or 400 years. You got to understand the phases. But here's the thing, you can't, but you got us today that's saying shit. I'm not African. I've been in America for thousands of years. I'm not this. So imagine a nigga that's been in the Nile Valley for over 2,000 years. Do you think he gave a fuck about some damn pre-Anatolian farmers that he made descent from, or people from outside of the Nile? No, all they knew was that portion of the Nile. That's all they knew. And then if you do follow the Yellow Nile, there are records. We got to look at the language family. This is what me and Assar don't agree at. It makes sense that they traded with populations in Chad, because the Chadic speakers is an Afro-Asiatic language. So is the ancient Egyptian language an Afro-Asiatic language. I didn't say that they went deeper into Nigeria, because I would never say that. But I'm looking at the language family, certain resources that they had more ties in the Levant, in the Near East. The furthest they possibly went is Chad, and the Mediterranean portions of the rest of North Africa, because that was the market and basal tool of where they were going. It only makes sense. And in some portions of Sudan. Now, if we get into Sudan, they wasn't even homogenous. You have a Cushitic type people there, like the Proto-Bidja. You have a Nilotic population there. There were not one group of people in Sudan. And that's another thing. Just because you're dark skinned doesn't make you the same. There's a difference even amongst dark skinned people in equatorial sub-Saharan Africa. You know what I'm saying? A Somali has different human immunities than a Nigerian. And they're far, but yet and still they're all labeled as sub-Saharan African. So just because you're dark skinned doesn't make you the same when it comes to how genes express itself. So even in sub-Saharan Africa, it's not homogenous. None of it makes sense when you get deeper into the science. The shit becomes messy and nobody makes sense ultimately. Nobody.
Yep.
So let me read this. Let me read this discussion right here. It say the goal of this study. I'm gonna give you all the study since everybody this comes from a book. The goal of this study was to ascertain whether the Nile River Valley has been a corridor for human population movement or cultural and linguistic differences between populations distributed along the Nile River. have been a barrier of migration. All our results based on mitochondrial analysis of 224 individuals indicate that migrations have indeed occurred, both from north to south and from south to north. This is supported by both findings of northern DNA types at the southern end of the Nile River Valley and the finding of the southern mitochondrial DNA types at the northern end of the Nile Valley. I end the discussion right there. We're talking about the nucleotide sites in the southern mitochondrial DNA and the nucleotide sites in the northern mitochondrial DNA sites. All right, they got Egypt, Sudan, and Nubia right here. So this ain't, this, everybody's supposed to know that in this conversation. So to act like niggas was stuck in concrete along that river, yo, is nobody says that today. Nobody plays that game. Nobody. Now those racist white supremacists did. They said it. They say niggas was stuck. And the only time the niggas was up there was when the motherfucker got enslaved and he just enslaved them. That's not the truth though. And matter of fact, the article tell you, that article that everybody wants to use, let you know that you don't use this for that. Don't just say that. Nope. Don't just say that. So,
the fact remains though that the population then and the population, it's only 6% sub-Saharan African. So like that's just my whole argument right there. Like it's not I don't think it's any racism, white supremacy in that statement.
I think so. No, it's only 6% in that study what they did, yo. The 26 mummies or the 119 mummies.
So you're in the God of the Gaps realm. So you're gonna stick in the realm.
I said no. I just want to stick to this. I just want to stick to the study, yo. Yeah, I just want to stick to the study, though. Yeah, that's not the God of the Gaps.
Yeah, but we gotta go with the facts, though. We still the study do have facts. The study do have.
Yeah, out of the 119 mummies, yo, 16% of it was sub-Saharan African, yo.
Wasn't that from the upper delta anyway? Because like they always study. Because look, they always study the upper.
More work to do.
They
I know,
study
how's that the God of the Gaps, Corey? Hold on for a minute, Corey. How's that the God of the Gaps?
No, because you know how
I agree with
the God of the Gaps. The God of the Gaps, they stay in the realm of where we don't have all of the data at, right? And that's what.
So if I did that, please correct me. I thought we were talking about the 116 mummies. That was 16%. I didn't know we was now trying to apply it to the whole population because at the end of the article it say don't do that shit right there. So I'm just following the stop sign. And no, I didn't say just because it's only 16%, that means it was a whole lot of other motherfuckers. I never said that, brother. I'm simply going along with the study. I'm not getting outside of it. Matter of fact, I'm an expert in not adding shit to study.
I'm not adding nothing to it. As far as what the data says. As far as what the data says, the sub-Saharan population that's there, mostly came up there through slavery, through the Roman bringing slaves up to there. So I mean that's what the study said. I ain't adding nothing on to the study.
No, but I just showed you another study that said the river wasn't a barrier. It was actually pushing population back and forth. How about that? What about I just read that? Because they
back and forth from where?
From Sudan, all the way from Sudan and northern. I just read it.
I wouldn't argue with that. I wouldn't argue.
And another fact is
that's not. Yeah.
And listen, Corey, another fact is too that site that they found. They only doing it by haplogroup. They didn't do the autosomal shit. You know what I'm saying? These is based off haplogroup percentages.
Yeah, I'm just going with the data that they show. I mean, that's just what the data said. That's all I'm doing. I didn't add nothing to it.
You trying to add it to the whole population, and it gave you a stop sign.
No, because the problem is people keeps the thing that people think when people think about that in that way, they thinking, oh, so these people wasn't there. This ain't the original population. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what it say. That's not what it say, though.
No, I know that's not what it say, but that's what it. When you keep bringing that up, that lends credibility to that argument, and that's where why we keep saying, you know, so where did the motherfuckers go? You know what I'm saying? Like these niggas that's there.
It actually don't. You know what? It's
No,
like
we said no.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. Let me say
he's
this.
saying something, yo, and you keep
I'm not. Yo, I'm
jumping
trying to show
past
you
what
something,
he's
yo.
saying with
I'm not
something
jumping
else.
past what he's saying. I'm not jumping past what he's saying.
Go ahead,
I'm trying to give you an example. When a physicist talks about watery substance, okay, in the beginning, right, of the Big Bang or quantum fit, whatever it is, right? They're thinking that the motherfuckers they talking to understand that they're not applying it to the waters of none.
Man.
So when the scientists are saying that don't apply this to the whole population, they're not thinking that a motherfucker gonna say, see, the rest of the population, they're not thinking that. So if you do that, you're fucking bananas. I'm not doing that.
But the article was talking about the genetic population today that's in Egypt today. That's what the article was talking about.
No, it was around 117 mummies, and then if you understand Egypt,
that was
Egypt
part of it. That was part of the article.
Egypt had different ethnic. Listen, Egypt has different ethnic groups. Listen to what I'm saying. There are different populations along the Nile, yo. So they thinking you understand that there are different populations. That are Egyptians, you will consider them Egyptians, and you will consider them Nubians.
Yeah, that's fine. Like you can consider them Mexicans and you can consider them Americans. It's no problem with that. Huh? I'm not talking to like we keep getting all the way down. You know what I'm saying? To the great.
Go right to
like y'all only want to talk about one area, one specific area where the population is mixing. It's a border. It's a borderline.
I'm gonna go. What's the name of the article, yo?
Of course.
What's the name of the article, yo?
What article that you looking for?
Yo.
What article?
I'm going right to the article. That article. That one. It's called.
Listen. When Corey makes that statement, right? He's saying something, and then you jump in, right? And the analogy that you use, you said that when a physicist says something, he already thinking people know a certain thing about the subject, right? Yeah. And you know people don't know, and the physicists think that, but you know that people don't know, and where people at is where people are at with Egypt in this community. So you actually do the disservice by keep jumping to that, what Corey called a red herring. Because it's going to take people off the scent. And then you say, well, I'm not even saying that. But you already led people down that road.
Because Ankh is correct.
But he knows.
Ankh is correct because when they write these articles, they're not writing it for us. They are. They have to. No, they are writing it.
The article, yeah, fine.
But we the ones who are conveying it to our group,
right. But sometimes
we're
supposed to know more. Luckily, the pseudo killers actually know more, right? But the rest of the population, they write in such a
fix it.
Well, right. But the way these articles are written, there's multiple populations. First, many of these articles are peer reviewed. So what happens is that sometimes they say minimal because people are supposed to notice. Now, the people who don't know, they already make mistakes. So if you have mummies, the mummies from what period? This particular period is late dynastic Egypt. These mummies.
But let me interrupt though, Reggie. The mummies are genetically no, because he's gonna go off on a red herring that I'm not. That's the problem because we keep getting off of the point that's actually.
I want to hear Reggie because Reggie he's saying something. I want to hear Reggie.
Go ahead. I'm just saying that they compare those mummies to the population today. That's my point. The population
which region is that?
has not changed. The population. again, I'm gonna say
Which
one
region
more
of those
time.
mummies?
The
Which
population today
region?
has not changed.
Which region
The
of the
people that's
mummy
been
did they
there
get that
is the
from?
same
Which region?
motherfuckers that's there
Which region?
today.
Which region they
All
grabbed the
right,
mummy
Corey,
from?
let us make the
It
point,
don't
bro.
matter. It
It
don't
does.
matter where the fuck the
About to
mummies
read
came
it.
from. The genetic
I'm about to
makeup
read
is
it.
making up the population of the people that's
I'm
there
about to
today.
read it.
That's my whole
I'm
point.
about to read it.
Yeah, go ahead and
All right.
read that shit so you can confuse people. You already know what
It's
you're doing,
called-
y'all disingenuous, yo.
Hold on. Hey,
Like
yo,
that
hold
shit
on.
getting crazy at this point.
No, I know. Wikipedia. I'm on Wikipedia since
That
y'all
shit
niggas is
is
Wikipedia
crazy, yo.
That's where I
I'm
got
at
it.
Wikipedia. Hold on. I'm on Wikipedia. Y'all niggas is Wikipedia
You
scholars.
go right to the destruction of black civilization.
No.
You
no,
go
not.
right to
No,
the
not.
destruction of the black
I'm Greg
civilization.
B. Am I allowed to read
And
it?
yo literally says in the
Am I allowed
beginning.
to read it? I
Hold
mean, am I
on.
allowed to read it though?
No, I
Can
don't want to
read it?
hear that. I don't want. We read that a million times.
Okay. No, you ain't know
Like
what I'm about to read.
I want him to read it, but I want you to make your point though, Chef.
Yeah,
Go
I want to
ahead.
make my point. You can go in and
Hold
read.
on, Reggie was about to talk.
Listen,
But he was finna go down a road that we wasn't down. It was gonna take the conversation way out of bounds.
Right.
He was gonna speak to the mummies
y'all
that they
gonna get
found,
off
where
the
the mummy was
point.
located, what region, what period. That's why he was trying to bring it up. So it does have some
It don't matter. That's a red herring.
It does matter, Corey.
Because my point
matter,
is, it's not my point about the date. My point is the niggas that's there today, right now, when you go to Egypt, right now today, them niggas been there. They never
Corey,
left.
I agree with what you're saying, bro. Like I get I said it like 20 times,
So
bro.
the
I
date
agree
and
with
all
that.
of that shit about what date and time period, that's
No,
a red herring.
No, it does matter, bro. Because
Can I ask Corey a question? Can I ask Corey a question?
Of America right now, versus America.
I want to ask Corey a question. I want to ask Corey a question.
I won't let Unc read it because he
No, I want to ask Corey a question.
Go ahead.
Y'all better not let me.
You can read it next, huh? Don't let me. You can read it next, huh? You can read it next, huh?
Let Reggie ask his question and then you can read it. Go ahead.
I know you was gonna read it, and I tried to stop this shit. I tried to stop you from having to read it, but I knew it was gonna end up with you.
Oh man, don't you didn't bring up the destruction of black city.
No,
Come
I
on.
brought it up.
I want to ask Corey a question.
To make the point, because this is where our people is at. This is the shit that
Okay, so Corey,
go ahead.
Since these groups of people,
because they don't want to let me read it. They don't want to let me read it.
You can read it next.
And if you're gonna ask me the date, I don't recall the time period. I read it. I got it from the article. Know what article I'm talking about. And so if you're gonna ask me the time period, Reggie, I don't recall exactly.
Okay. So what I wanna
Hey Reggie, you better let me read it. Hey Reggie.
It's in Unc's the one Unc don't read is gonna tell you the time period.
No.
I know what point. I already know the point that Reggie's gonna make. I know the point he's gonna make. I already.
What was your point though, Reggie? I want to know your point though. What is your point? Because I want everybody.
No, let me make my point, yo.
Go ahead.
All right,
go ahead.
I got my screen up, yo.
Mm-hmm.
I think this.
Oh, you gonna put your screen up?
Yeah, I think this.
Yeah, don't let me read my shit. What is that?
That's the destruction of black civilization. Chancellor Williams.
Yeah, destruction of black civilization. All right. It says, the land of the blacks was a vast land, a big world unto itself, covering 12 million square miles from its northernmost point in what is now Tunisia to the Cape of Aquilus is approximately 5,000 miles. And in its widest extent from east to west, it is 4,600 miles. The whole of this second largest continent was once Balad as Sudan, the land of the blacks, and not just the southern region to which they had been steadily pushed from the north After Asian, Greek, Roman occupations, the term Sudan came to indicate the areas not yet taken from the blacks and was coextensive with the Ethiopian Empire. Now, my point is that this is where our people is at. Do you understand, Reggie? We believe that from writers like this, that all of Africa was at one time all black in the historical record. And that these Greeks and other people steadily came in and pushed us further south. So when we talk about North Africa, the main thing people think that those North Africans, which is Corey Point, they always been there. But it's shit like this that tell us that no, all of Africa was the land of the blacks. You know what I mean? That the black people controlled of all of Africa, and to the Greeks and the Romans and the Muslims and them came and pushed them further south. But Corey's point is those people always been there. And it's shit like this that tell black people that all of Africa at certain point was all black, and it wasn't. You always had that diversity in North Africa.
I appreciate that. Chevron went to a better school than I did, so he can articulate that a little bit better than me. So I appreciate that. They wasn't feeling. They didn't understand me, Chevron. They didn't understand me.
Y'all better not let me read it.
I hope that point is clear.
Y'all
Now
better not let
go
me
ahead and
read
read
it.
this shit.
Right. So yeah, Chanton Williams was wrong, and she fucking let's speak. And that's my favorite motherfucking writer. Now let's move on. Let's read what
No. Explain where he was wrong at. Because that's the issue. That's what we're arguing right now,
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing this. Let me be a person.
No, that's
in
the
world.
misinformation of our people. So we saying reading certain parts of that article, it lends to that type of misinformation.
Okay, but that's not what that article is saying.
Understood.
Okay, can I read it though, bro?
So you just want to confuse
I just said he was wrong. I said he was wrong. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
That's not confusing.
All right.
Anybody with a little bit of Google in their fucking fingertips could understand, could just anybody with an Encyclopedia Britannica, read the article on North Africa. There's different mixtures in North Africa that's been there for 30, 40, 50,000 years. Like, that's what it is. Chazza didn't have that. All right? He looking at the way a nigga looked at skin color. All right? Skin color ain't enough. So let me go to Wikipedia article, and it's called...
I'm saying he confused us.
Fact. Okay, but we straighten
and
it out.
you're going to further the confusion. So go ahead.
Let's see. Y'all better let me read it. It's called the Ancient Egyptian Race Controversy. I'm just going to come down here with mainstream scholarship says. Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was white or black civilization. So mainstream scholarship reject that. Okay, Brother is agreements with that. Let's keep going. They maintain that despite the phenotypic diversity of ancient and present-day Egyptians applying modern notions of black or white races to the ancient Egypt is anachronistic. Y'all know what that word is, right? Meaning you're applying some shit that's going on now back then, which is fucking out of order. Let me keep going. In addition, scholars reject the notion explicit in the notion of black or white Egyptian apologists that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between peoples of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Moreover, most scholars believe that the Egyptians in antiquity look pretty much as they look today, with gradations of darker shades towards Sudan. Within Egypt history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics were not shifted by large migrations. And I end my point right there. So what the fuck are we talking about? Think about what I just said just now. We are scientifically literate. There is no fucking race. Race was the racism. It's a dumbass, stupid ass argument.
Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen?
No, you just holler till you share your screen. Don't holler till you share your screen after a profound point like that, Reggie. Stay right there for a minute. Let that ponder.
Because I want to add to what you're saying.
Wait.
Well, Reggie sharing the screen and say peace to the brothers, peace to the panel.
What up, Brendan? Peace to you, brother.
Killer Brendan. Brendan.
I got a question with Reggie. I got a question for Reggie regarding quantum field theory and these Egyptian.
We're gonna let Asar explain that.
And these netures emerging from the waters of noon, right? So,
oh man.
Okay, can I just want to share. I don't know why this is not coming out. So let me see if I can.
They know the quantum fields, Reggie.
All right. Okay. I'll get to that. I want to. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
You
look in the ship.
All right. Wonderful.
We look in the ship.
All right.
We look at the ship.
So this is a primary. So this is the Tumahoi, Hoi, right? And so here are the okay. So you have the Nubians and you have the Egyptians, right? So you can tell by the style of the dress, the spooked out Egyptians, this is their dress code. Now they put the people in duplicate. So they show the various skin complexions, right? They show the various skin complexions of the Egyptians, right? And over here, you see the Nubians. What they do with the Nubians here, they show the various skin complexions of the Nubians. So what they do is they help us out. They let us show the different types of groups of people. So when you look at the Nubians over here, except for the spooked out dress codes, right? If you take out the hats and the spooked out dress code, you see the multiple different skin colors within the regions, right? So this is a primary. The Egyptians are actually helping us about who's in the area. It's more about stylistic dress and than it is about the peopling. The peopling are the same. The peopling are the same, and the ancient Egyptians are helping us out with the concepts of what they look like. Sure, there's some stylistic stuff. They cut off their hair and they do all of this stuff and they wear these kilts and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is the peopling of the region is diverse. Now the question is, so each line is a different group of people. Is that what that's depicting? Yeah, well, you can tell by the style of dress. These are they're not that far off from each other. No, you know what I'm saying? No, they're not. They're the same people, just different culture, right? So if you look over here, these are Egyptian Negroes. But they're the same people. Yeah, fine. Yeah, they're the same people in the regions. I mean, niggas in California may dress a little bit different than niggas in New York. Fine.
Reggie, who you got the point on right now? Who is that?
Say what?
You had where the Egyptians at?
These are Egyptian Negroes.
Where? Right here. That's Egyptian right there. What about behind them?
These are Nubians.
No. Go back to the light. With the white on.
Oh.
So right behind him, the three figures. Who are these three people right behind?
These are Egyptians.
They Nubians. No, they Nubians.
Viceroys.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so let's go. Okay, so watch this. So let's go down to wait, watch this. Because now, okay, so here goes some Egyptian Negroes.
The Egyptians are the barefooted ones.
Right? So let's go to the Egyptian Negroes.
The Egyptians ain't got no shoes. Them niggas ain't wearing shoes.
Yeah, the Egyptians are the barefooted ones.
Okay, but watch this. So there's different tribes of groups of people. There's some more traditional, there's some in between, and then there's some Egyptian, right? So these are the These are the Egyptified Nubians.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Right? You go down here, here goes the Egypto Negroes.
Yeah.
Right? So what they do is they're showing you people.
Right.
No, you're right though.
This is looker shit. What the
No, he
glyph
changed
say?
it up.
How's this looker ship?
You can look at the
No, he
ethnic groups
changed
they
it up,
got
yo. He
now.
didn't say they was.
You can see the Cushitic groups, the Nilo-Saharan group is all in there and shit.
Yeah, what are you talking about? This is a group of all
Go get
the
us
groups
a-
of people in the region.
It's
No,
hard.
Reggie.
like
No,
look
Reggie.
at
No,
the
Reggie. No,
word.
Reggie. No, Reggie. No. What Chef is saying is you first said they were straight Egyptians, then you fixed it and say they was Egyptianized Nubians. That's what he said.
Yeah, I did. I did
Okay,
because
so okay.
yeah,
Okay.
because I did because that's what's actually going on. These are the same. What I'm trying to say is that these are the same. All that's being shown is different groupings
Of
of
people that paid
Africans in the area.
Yeah,
Yeah, but look at them Egyptians down there though.
Yeah.
Look at the last stanza right there, yo. You see them different complexions of Egyptians right there, you know?
Yeah. What fakes you out is the dress code.
Yeah, the dress code. But a Nubian is dressed like a Nubian and an Egyptian just like an Egyptian.
Right. But then what happens is the skin color has largely, yes, this is in the 18th dynasty, so there is more mixture in the area of the Africans closer to the delta, and then there's a skin belt. There's a pigmentation issue, right? So there's admixture. Yes, there's more admixture in the 18th dynasty. These people were in the 17th and 15th dynasty. These people were intermingling more with the Asiatics, right? And Tinahu, the Libyans. So you're right. I did fix it because then I realized, oh, these are Nubians, but these are the more Egyptified Nubians. But then you have different groups. But what they're doing is they're showing you the skin color. Why is this lookership? They're doing
They
this.
look different to them. Yeah, they just said the niggas look different, different colors.
Yeah, it's artwork. I don't know.
Don't we use? But what do we use as tools?
We can go to humanphenotypes.org. I can break it down from there.
Yeah, look at over here. Look at these are Nubians. These are straight up Nubians. There's darker, there's lighter, there's a mixture. They're not making a big deal. They're not making a big deal out of it.
That's a big deal.
Look at this child over here, black child and a red child.
Butt naked.
Hey,
Then we got an Asian woman at the very, an Asiatic woman at the very bottom.
Why would you call her Asiatic?
She looks Asiatic. That's
Where's she at?
Where's she at?
Where's she at?
She right there.
Right here?
Just look at shit. You got Ethiopians the same color as that today.
Yeah, so
you messed that one up.
It's probably mixed up, but still, you got lighter tones at different degrees, like shit.
Yeah. So now when they look at these mummies, the question is just yes, there are people in the region at this time, but most of the time they do these studies, it's just not complete DNA. Or are they matching it with the Nuba people? Or are they mixing it with primarily the people? Or they're excluding the Nuba populations that are in Egypt, that are in Aswan, right? So yes, at the time period at the mummies that they examine is in what? The late period. They're looking at mummies in the late period. If you're looking at mummies in the late period and you're looking at where people want to be buried together as kin, right? But that's not all of Egypt. Just be careful about that. And so this is not lookership. This is the ancient Egyptians depicting various skin color mappings of human beings. Right? In a culture, I'll stop staring at my screen and I'll stop talking.
You good, yo. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm saying they got the let me see. Hold on.
Let me share my screen after you do.
Hey, what up, little bro? Hey, man, I knew you wanted till tomorrow, man.
Y'all see that?
Motherfucker stole my watch.
Y'all see that?
My car.
Hey, where you at? Where you at, Concrete Corey?
Buying some backwoods.
Y'all see the picture right here? Y'all see the facsimile though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey,
see
Reggie,
it.
you see that facsimile, Reggie? The concrete Corey running right now because he keeps saying that Egyptians is these niggas. They clearly show the different. Hey, where you at, Reggie? Reggie, you see the screen, right? Reggie.
He must have.
Oh, man, you need the nigga the most. So where the fuck is you at, Reggie?
No, I'm having technical issues. I'm 56 going on 57. I'm trying to figure out how to unmute myself. But yeah.
What?
Reggie. Hey, Reggie, look at that.
Yeah.
Look, Concrete Corey keeps saying, do you see all the way over to the right, the bottom right?
Yeah.
What does that glyph say right there? Because this who Concrete Corey make the mistake and say the fucking Egyptians. What does that say?
Wait, which one? The bottom right? This one?
And say next you did it.
No,
the black ass nigga.
The nigga that like Jesus Christ, yo, at the bottom.
Let me read the glyph. Let me read
that Assyrian looking nigga.
I think he's a Tinahu. I think he's a Tinahu.
Persian.
I think it's a Tinahu.
Everybody relax. No, come on, Reggie, it's glyphs right there. Yo, take your time. Yo.
Yeah, I'm going.
It's a Persian nigga, man. Damn.
Nah, nigga, nah. I got you. Nigga. This is a facsimile. You was talking that Mediterranean motherfucking shit. Who is that, Reggie?
This says Tech, and then it's the U, right?
And
so
then
this,
all right,
right? And this is the Nahisi. Nahis.
Who the fuck is that?
The ruler.
The Nahis. The Nahisi, the African, the Nubian, the Cushitic.
No, it's not. Yo, I said to the right, nigga.
The Jesus looking nigga, the Arab looking nigga.
Where? Right here.
All the way to the right, yeah.
The nigga that look like Gilgamesh.
You right here, TH, right? I'm not so sure of this, but I think this is a Tinahu. Or Tech something. I don't know this glyph right now, but Chechu.
All right, where the fuck they live at?
They Libyan.
All right. Now,
wow.
You see, hold on. You
and
say
he look like
them,
and
right?
he look like a Turkish nigga.
Hold on for a minute. Above them, hold on.
You know
Reggie,
Libyan is African, Corey.
I know.
Hold on
I know. I understand that. That's what I'm saying. They all the same nigga. Like
no,
they all
wait a minute. Hold on. Look, let's just take our time, yo. We don't got to rush through. Above him, you see a jet black nigga with red hair. Am I correct, Reggie?
Yeah.
Now, who's the nigga beside him? Who's the nigga on the left side of him? I see two bird symbols right there. He's on the behind him. Who's that nigga? Who's that guy?
That's an M. He's Tamahu.
Tamahu, huh?
Yeah, he's Tamahu.
All right. Now, who's behind him?
The top part is scribbled out, so I can't see exactly. It's scribbled out.
They're like got a kind of bush though. You know what I'm saying? He in between the dark nigga and the dark nigga and the brown nigga.
Yeah.
Who's the brown nigga? Is that an Egyptian, yo?
The brown person would most likely be an Egyptian. It's just that's scriggly. It's just scribbled out.
Right. Okay. All right. Now right behind him, look at that dark brown motherfucker. See that dark brown motherfucker? He's definitely Egyptian. And then look at that, he's just right there. I think they fucking with a cow or something like that, right?
Yeah, he's Cushitic.
So my point is,
he's a combined cultures.
Okay, so the point I want to make is,
I don't know what y'all going on the skin color. You know,
No, we're going on the writing. We're not going on skin color.
Oh my God, yo, what the fuck is wrong with y'all niggas? Let me make my point, yo. God damn. I'm just simply saying that the Egyptians, yo, they not thinking they Mediterranean motherfuckers. They showing clear distinctions. They showing a distinction between the Nubians. You got two different types of motherfuckers. You like Reggie, who this last nigga on the left, yo?
This dude right here?
Yeah.
Well, watch this. I'm pretty sure this. I'm just trying to collect this, but I'm thinking that this basically means Ramesh, right? So this is So this is a citizen. Yeah. This is a citizen.
Oh shit! Dang! Wow.
So to make your point clear, though,
nigga, that's an Egyptian right there, nigga. It's right there. That dog nigga right there. Read
the skin color don't move.
No. Stay with that, Corey. No, say that again, You and Reggie, say that again.
Reggie, read the glyph, yo.
No,
Come
no,
on,
no.
yo. Like,
say
what's
that
the
again. You said
what's the
that was an
purpose?
Egyptian, right?
No, read it. I don't know. Read it. Read it,
All right,
Reggie.
now you gonna back up because you just tried to
Come
run my
back
man
out of that,
over
'cause Reggie,
with some
'cause
bullshit.
Reggie, the only nigga can read the glyphs, and he won't read it, and he playing funny. So now
I don't.
I'm not playing funny.
Read the glyph.
You're off my list, Reggie. Read the damn
I'm not.
glyph,
He's an
Reggie.
Egyptian. He's a Ramesh.
That's what that says.
Yep.
So that's a
Yep.
Ramesh.
Yeah.
He's a
Hello,
citizen.
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, he's a citizen of Egypt.
That's what that glyph say.
Yeah, he's a Ramesh.
What it say? Read the glyph.
Mech, and Tech. And Remech. So he's a citizen. That's one of the names for the citizens, Ramesh.
Look at the way he dressed. He ain't dressed like no Nubian, yo.
No, Egyptian. Just like the Nahisi over here. Right?
Now, I ain't trying to fake nobody out. I'm saying that's what them niggas said. Yo, go shoot them niggas up, Chef. Don't shoot me up, nigga. I ain't
So the one
I just don't even
to,
understand. I'm still lost on the point. I just don't.
No. They said the one at the back left is an Egyptian. They clearly said that.
Yeah, he's a citizen. He's in the Egyptian world.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that. That's fine.
He's a citizen to the Egyptian bureaucracy.
Who would argue that? Who would argue against that?
Y'all niggas has been doing it for the
No,
last
I'm not
7
even
months.
letting I'm not Corey, don't even let them have
He
that.
like an African American or a nigga that's a Roman or some shit.
Yo, I've been trying to tell them that. I've been trying to say that America.
Listen. Y'all going against my point again with another fucking red herring, bro. Look, I don't give a damn what skin color they have. I really don't give a fuck what skin color they got. That's never been my point. Them niggas could be blacker than me. I don't give a shit. What I'm saying is genetically, those niggas is the same niggas that's been there. That's the same niggas today. And I'm saying genetically, they make up the Mediterranean population. They are Mediterranean niggas. The niggas in the Mediterranean are genetically related. I don't give a fuck how gold their skin is. I don't give a fuck whether they wear sweatpants or blue jeans. I don't give a shit. Really, I mean, all of them is wearing the same kind of shit. If you can look at it right there, like it's obvious they got the same culture. Look at what they wearing. Look at how they dress.
Corey,
you know what I'm saying?
Corey, you have a real problem. You have a real problem.
I always do.
Okay.
So
when you deal with the Mediterranean, you're dealing with.
Listen.
Tell Google, cut me off.
Tell Google. Listen. Tell Google they lying.
No, you're gonna no.
You want to tell me why? You want me to tell you why that Google lying? Because when I type in fucking Mediterranean fucking culture, the first fucking thing that comes up is Egypt, Reggie. Now tell Google.
Right, but that's not scientific. That's not scientific.
Tell Google they lying.
Now, wait.
I mean, it is.
Google is not a source.
Google.
I mean, that's the location.
Yo.
No, you have to look at the time. There is no what Mediterranean groups of people. What Mediterranean groups of people are you talking about? You can only be talking about the Levant and Canaan.
All the groups.
Talking.
What I'm saying.
No, you're using
they are one group of the Mediterranean culture.
They are. These are African. These are people that are in Africa at this particular time for whatever reason. They're not Mediterranean. North Africa.
One more time.
Fused to the Levant and the Mediterranean. Okay, I can't.
The Mediterranean makes up multiple groups. The Egyptians are one of them. I'm trying to figure out.
The Egyptians are African.
They are.
How about
they're not
Afro-Mediterranean? Why can't we just say they're Afro-Mediterranean?
No, that's okay. That is pseudo. That is pseudo as shit. Now, You're gonna have to change the name of pseudo killers because there's pseudos in the pseudo killers.
You can't erase the whole ocean.
We never said that we wasn't pseudo.
No, I'm not accepting. I'm not accepting.
Listen to this. What ocean does the delta? What ocean does the delta leak out into?
Listen, the reason why they
but the delta don't create people. The water don't create the
nobody
people.
said that.
Ain't nobody saying that.
This is a culture. This is the culture that they live in.
You gotta show me some goddamn source.
No, here's the thing.
I told you to Google.
Show me the damn source. I want you to say Mediterranean people.
Open up your fucking Google and type in Mediterranean motherfucking culture.
Hey, yo, if you're a Google scholar, hey, yo, Corey,
listen,
if Alexis is talking to you, or Sari, or whatever her name is,
Google's gonna take you to the real.
Brother, I thought you was a scholar.
The Google's gonna take you.
Bro, show me a peer-reviewed journal that starts talking about Mediterranean people.
Okay, I will.
You get back to me.
History of Africa by UNESCO.
You get back. Listen. Diop and them did the peopling of the Nile Valley, right? You have groups of people in North Africa that's been there forever, right? That are admixed, right? But they ain't Mediterranean people. They admixed Africans. They're not Mediterranean.
It doesn't have the thing about this Mediterranean thing. The Mediterranean thing is based off geographics, not a race of people.
Thank you.
People. So the thing is that all those countries next in North Africa, next to the southern Mediterranean Sea, they're considered Mediterranean. People in southern Europe are considered Mediterranean. Israel, Levant, Eastern Anatolia, all that's considered the Mediterranean because the Mediterranean.
What's hard about that?
It's just different cultures of the Mediterranean.
And all of them pay tribute to what we call Mediterranean culture.
Right, but
what's the fucking difficult thing about it? Hold on. Because when I said I'm crazy in a motherfucker, when I said it, I'm crazy in a motherfucker.
Yeah, because you playing it like that's like a distinct fucking population of people.
No, I'm not saying this. I'm
so
saying.
Why would you use it? So why would you use them, bro?
It's the truth. It's the truth.
No. Listen, we're having trying to figure out the type of people. And Goldie just said it's dealing with people, cultures mixing and coming together, trading in that
in a geographical location. In a geographical location, right?
Oh, and I knew that. So I let you play it all the way out. Now you're trying to act like you were saying what Goldie was saying. That's not what Goldie was saying. So
what is he saying different?
It's not. Listen, I'm telling you right now that the Egyptian origin is not in the Mediterranean.
I never said that. Cut it out. Cut that out.
Okay.
Cut that out.
Hold on. So you never said it. Then why introduce shit into the conversation? What's the point?
Because it's a part of it.
It is. I never said that. Oh, they came out of the Mediterranean Sea. Who the fuck says that? Who the fuck says that, bro?
Okay, so where? Okay, so where do we
to try to confuse it and make
it
sound like you said something crazy.
No, I'm not. So I'm gonna ask you this, Corey. Where the fuck do the Egyptians come from? Now let's.
I don't care where they come from. I know they on the fucking Mediterranean, and that's their culture. You said they come out of the Green Sahara. They not a fucking Green Sahara culture. Not living on the fucking Mediterranean Sea. No, they not.
I'm saying the culture is not Mediterranean, and we can talk that out.
Well, you got it. Listen, you smarter than Google. Then that's all I got to say.
Google is not.
You just defeated in goals.
I say both though. I say both though because during the Badori period in Upper Egypt, you had contemporary culture in the Delta area, which was the Mahdi and the Meridian culture, which was contemporaries with the.
And you know what? You know what? We keep veering off. We keep veering off.
Yeah, but I get the brother's point. You had the Egyptian in the northern portion is considered a Mediterranean. You had diversity in Mediterranean culture. The Greeks had a unique Mediterranean culture. The Egyptians had a Mediterranean culture. The people of the Levant, they're not the same yet, and still they are considered Mediterranean cultures, especially based off geographics and also dealing with trade, like when you deal with grains, barley, millet. You know, Egypt was an agricultural society, so they considered a Mediterranean culture, yet and still it's African. No one's denouncing the Africanness in it, but Mediterranean is.
I'm giving an actual definition to what Mediterranean culture means. To the layman, they actually think that you have a Mediterranean culture, meaning that's what you are. No, they traded in the Mediterranean. Their culture didn't come from the fucking Mediterranean.
No, their culture comes from the interior of Africa. Yet and still, that culture that formed right there in that delta becomes part of the Mediterranean
culture.
Trade. It becomes part of that.
Right, because of trading and dealing with each other in that area is why they call it the
That's all I
Mediterranean.
said. That's what I said. I said they trade, they fuck, they rob, they make love, they war with each other. I said they do that.
But
I explained
listen though,
all of
but
that.
even during the Madori period, you didn't just have the Madorians. You had other people in the lower Egypt at the same damn time. You know what I'm saying? So you did have cultures along the Mediterranean before Egypt was even forming this shit.
Absolutely.
First of all, most people don't even. The upper and lower Egypt was two distinct motherfucking cultures, and they spoke two distinct fucking languages, yo. Like, how about that? Like the shit before we did. That's why Reggie presentation is important.
I don't believe that.
Hey, Egypt, but by the time you get to Egypt is a
you don't have to believe it. It's still true.
All that shit.
I don't
No,
believe
wait
it.
a minute. Bro, listen. Everybody pay attention. They fought a fucking war and murdered each other over it, yo. So after they wasn't two groups saying, yo, we brothers and sisters, yo. They fought a fucking war, yo, and they called it unification, nigga. So it wasn't no Egypt before the unification. It was Nubia, which you would consider the Nubia was what you call that. It was the Lower Nile and Upper Nile. That's what it was. And they fought a war over this shit. Then they say, all right, now we're going to unify. The winners say, fuck it, we're going to unify all together. How many people know they spoke two separate dialects? It's two different shit, dog. And then it become Egypt. That's right. If I never war, like this, we be acting like we don't understand what's going on. No,
I don't think y'all know what y'all talking about when it comes to Egypt.
Oh man.
I think y'all just pick and choose to make the argument.
Listen, well, I could tell you this. I could tell you this. What I could tell you is that Norma was not Egyptian. Stop letting me cut. Stop.
Y'all
Let me
wouldn't even be talking about
let me just say this. Norma was not Egyptian. He was a product of Nakata and Nubian A. He was not Egyptian. He was a product of other cultures, parent cultures. Let me say it again. Norma was not Egyptian. He was a product of Nakata and Nubian A. What he did was unite the regions, right? The regions may have been united before, but he is one of the kings that we know of this time period. He's in the middle of pre-dynastic and dynastic because he creates the dynastic period. He unites P and Butu, right, with Nubia and Nakata. He unites it. So then during this period, now you have trade, you have intermixing, right? You have human beings trying to survive, right? But what we're really talking about is an earlier period of groupings of humans.
Hey, press the north Ethiopia.
No, look on the screen, yo. You see that, Gullo?
Yeah.
What's that? Is that not the middle now, yo? Look at the people in the middle now, yo.
Yes, the middle now, yeah. But that's a combination. But this group right here, this is a combination with Nilo-Saharians and then North Ethiopia type. That's this right here. This is a mix. This is a mixed group right here. You look.
Yeah, press the North Ethiopia and
the original material culture they call Middle Nile wouldn't look like this. Yeah, they probably would look like the Dinka or the Noor people. You know, early on, but when they first learned pastoralism, 13,000 BC.
So that's the Egyptian, Is that the Egyptian? You pulled this up.
It's a mixture right here. Some of these motherfuckers got Asiatic mixed in them too. They're looking like this.
He pulled this up for a reason.
Press the North Ethiopia. That's a more indigenous group. Press that North Ethiopia.
Oh man.
This is the article. This is that article.
Say it right there.
I can't press it, yo. It's a picture, yo.
It says, although North African, West Asian, and
go to the website.
Have long history contact. It
Go
said
to
right
the
there.
website.
You read it.
It was fun. I'll talk to y'all later. It was fun. Do some more reading. Bye.
Y'all gotta read and read it. Just read the description.
So is this the Egyptian?
We want to read the description, dog. Like you playing. Hey, read this description.
It says the Middle Nile type and contacting type of the Nile Valley location, North Sudan, features a variable, although North African, West Asian, and Sub-Saharan African elements have long history of contact in the region. It makes sense. So you
in the Middle Nile.
like, yeah, that's the middle.
Yeah,
That's one.
Middle
And
Nile
that's
for
the
a
Middle
long
Nile.
time.
Yes,
Right.
that's the Middle Nile. Now,
That's the Middle Nile.
If you press that northern Ethioid, it's letting you know the diversity that was going on in the Nile.
Yeah,
It's all
and,
there.
and if you press that Eastern Sudanid, that's represent the small population of Niger Gaddafian speaker that was in the Nuba
I
Hills.
know what I'm saying is this is a picture. I can't press it. It's not the actual website. It's a picture. That's why I can't press it.
But it's the Middle Nile. Oh my God.
Okay, and that's what
I can go to the website.
So how you not understanding what the Middle Nile is, yo? Like I just showed you a whole archaeological survey of where everybody was on the Middle Nile for a few thousand years. Like I just showed all that. I be acting like it. I ain't doing the same thing. I showed you. I did the Middle Nile population. Where is it at? Where's geographical location? I mean, what are you saying? And I'm saying a different culture comes out the Middle Nile. Can you prove anything different, bro, man? That's my point. Can you, Shepard L, prove that Egypt comes from anywhere but the Middle Nile? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I can prove that. I'm definitely flexible.
So, did you read the article? Is you gonna pull up that one article that you was talking about?
I never was gonna pull it up. Y'all kept acting like I was
the Middle Nile is the borderland right between Nubia and Egypt. So we don't have no problem with those people looking like that. You know what I mean? On the border of Nubia, the border of the Sudan and Egypt. That's the Middle Nile.
There is no border, yo.
That is the Middle Nile. Well, that's the region that is taught. Fuck it.
Okay, so are you saying that Egyptians aren't there too? They're considered Egyptians. The man, what you say?
The further you get to the fuck.
All right, go ahead. All right, yo,
the closer you get to Nubia, of course, the people are going to look more Nubian.
That's what I'm talking about right here.
Or the Sudan. Like that's just right. So showing that was crazy. Like,
why I say the closer they get to the Delta, the more motherfuckers gonna look like Middle Eastern motherfuckers. Why can't
look at this right? Look at this right here.
Hey, read that right there. Check it out.
Read this. The Ethiopoid subtype is often regarded as the northern branch of East Ethiopoid, common along the Red Sea coast and the Nile Valley from Egypt to Eritrea and deep into the Ethiopian highlands. Shows some morphology affinities with Mediterraneans and played an important role in ancient Egypt, with Arabids, Yemenids, and a range of prehistoric times. Common in the Beja, Beni Amir, which is another Beja group, modern Nubians, you know what I'm saying, which is more probably not modern Nubians, because modern Nubians are more mixed, like the one that Unc showed earlier, and the Hadendoa, or mixed in Amhara, Kabavish, Egyptian, and the Charga and other oases.
Obviously, that's pseudo because it said it's Mediterranean. It said Mediterranean.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, the map showed the map right here showed like they origin. The yellow is they origin area, but the other portions where they range is, they range.
Yo,
what up, bro?
Where you at?
I'm right here.
You put the proper speech at absolutely.
I mean, the problem with Egypt, like if you look up Saudi people, Fila, Gurna, they definitely are still there. They never went nowhere. The modern Egyptians represent the ancient Egypt, and their skin tone range from dark. When you get to Aswan, they get darker. When you go to the Delta,
100%.
Here go the Niloid. The Niloid in that mix. You know what I'm saying? These dudes all the way up there.
What the Niloids do? Where they at?
They up north. They southern Sudan, all the way up to Egypt.
All the way up to Egypt.
And you got the Dinkanoid. Look, even the Dinkanoid. The Dinkanoid is the northern.
I don't understand.
See, the point, the problem is, let me tell you where the confusion lays at. Every time they show a nigga that's black as me, you get to saying, see, yep, see. But the thing is, I don't give a fuck how black they is.
Let me play the devil's advocate though. Hold on, real quick. But then you get, you know what I'm saying, you get a mixture of the Asioid and the Ethioid, and you get these motherfuckers.
And that's where the confusion is at, because now, like, Uncle say, like, as soon as you show the black nigga, right, and you be like, see, he was up there in Egypt. They was all the way up there in Egypt. And like nobody would disagree with that though. But you know what's confusing? No, let me tell you what's confusing. What's confusing is you'll tell me that you're not, the point you're making is not that Egypt was a black land. But when somebody show you some nigga that's black, it's like, oh, it's making my point. You know what I'm saying?
What about here? But what about these people he's showing though? He shows some very like motherfuckers I agree with them, you know.
Man, these motherfuckers from Central Africa.
No, he went back and showed some other week. Go back.
No, this the Eastern. Hey, Chef. This the Eastern.
Ethiopians.
Sudani.
Yeah, these people before the Proto-Mandi and the Proto-Niger Congo people came from the east. They split from these people. These people stayed east and went further into the Nuba Hills around 5000 BC. This is why Ramesses III got that EM2 shit, because of these people was lingering around the Nuba Hills. But these will be the only Niger Congo speakers in that area, and they surrounded by Nilo-Saharians. So they, you know what I'm saying, say language kind of get borrowed words from the people around them and shit.
Hey, Geechee, don't forget they were surrounded by Afro-Asiatic Cushitic Bija.
Yeah, them people too. Yeah, them people too. Yeah, them people too.
It was just a melting pot, and the people that you see today represent the presence of all that.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Ngozi. I ain't saying no more than that. I ain't saying no more than that.
I totally agree with that, because I just read the Wikipedia article that said the same thing. So we don't got argued.
Cut that out.
These people like this, these type people, these was the dominant people in the area. Like these, like especially when you get further north and around that Red Sea Hill area. These are what you would call the
like a star
Egyptian,
right
what you see in the picture. Yeah.
I look like a star right there.
They're not African American, yo, for the record.
Stop throwing the African American in there.
Hey, Geechee, show them the African American phenotype on that thing, and we have our own unique cluster. Show them that. Show them the African American when you type it in. We have our own unique cluster now.
That shit gonna look like Klay Thompson.
All right.
Hey, wait till you show it. He gonna type it up. Watch this. We're distinct from all the motherfuckers at this point. Watch this.
I don't think it's gonna go. I forgot what they put it as. I'm gonna start with the Sudanese. For the Sudanese, I'm just go to East Sudanese first, and then I'm gonna go to Sudanese.
Hey, yeah, that's Sudanese.
This is where we come from, but I don't know if the African American own this.
Yeah, I think so. Just type up African American, it should come up. It's after Congoid and Bantoid. Just type it up, African American. It should come up.
Even right here though too, it say slavery brought Sudanese to other continents like Americas, where they constitute an important element today.
Yeah, but show what we are, dog. It's a mixture.
Let's see what the hell.
We could be dark as Shaquille O'Neal and light as Prince. That's who we are. That's the African American.
Yeah, that's real. We run the whole range, yo.
Say West African Negro. I don't know. I think that's on a different site, Ngozi.
Type in African American, see what it does. They don't do nothing?
No, I didn't do nothing. It didn't go to nothing. I think that's on a different site, because some people, it's somebody that do the order on this, and I seen that what he's talking about before, but I think that's like on a different little chart. You gotta go. You gotta Google that.
Let me find it. I'm gonna find it on my Hold on.
I know what one you talking about though too. Cause this site right here, cause even if you read the site, I'm gonna go to the main page.
Try type Black American. See if they come up.
All right. Because this site only show like, I think this site only show like pre-colonial phenotypes. That's what this site is on. I think the African American on a whole different site where they use the art from this site and they make charts from it and shit. But I seen that one you talking about too.
But we do know that we are a
Probably
unique
got it.
cluster at this point. So I mean, it's
Yeah, we
it's
are.
and we range, and that's the beauty of us.
Yeah, some of us got more West African than others and shit too. Shit.
Well, the average
Yeah,
African American is like 80%.
The average, yeah, but you got niggas like Henry Louis Gates that didn't even know he was 50-50. You got some that's 51% sub-Saharan.
I said the average.
Oh yeah. You're absolutely correct. No, I agree. I agree with you, bro. Yeah, you're right.
Go talking about this one. Hold on. I need a clear picture.
Go there with the absolute.
You talking about this right here? You see it? Y'all see it?
Yeah.
African American.
Dang.
Yeah, I agree with Dan Calloway now. Yeah.
Them niggas crazy. African American crazy as a motherfucker.
Get Dane on the line.
But we range too though, cause this niggas like us shit look like straight off the boat niggas shit. Real. Especially you go to the deep south.
But that's how you know who. That's how you know who was here longer as African Americans. Because the African Americans that was in America longer spent more time with Europeans. They tend to be more lighter compared to the ones who came after, who was isolated in certain southern states, tend to be more darker. But the ones that first came here and spent more time with Northwestern Europeans tend to look like niggas like Chris Brown and shit. You know, that tells a story.
Yeah, when you look at them old pictures of African Americans, like they look like they straight out of fucking Benin somewhere. Like the older pictures you get, like the more vintage they get, they look like straight African.
Yeah, but we lost that deep dark tint though. You don't see that deep black like Africa get. You know what I'm saying?
No. By 2050, most of them, I believe, the direction. If you look at if we all understand evolution, sexual selection. By 2050, most of these niggas gonna look like Drake, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's real shit. But believe it or not, a lot of people don't know. Obama. The reason Obama has African American ancestors is not because his daddy is Nile Sahara. He luau, so he don't got shit to do with us. His people wasn't a victim. But his mother's side, his mother is a fucking descendant of John Punch, the first fucking person that was held against the indentured servitude. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And he married a lot of white women down the line. You know, the population, you know what I'm saying, look like European mostly. They're like Melungeons and shit.
Dang. You said your a descendant of a black man on his mother's side.
Yeah, Obama.
Yeah,
Obama's a descendant of John Punch.
Yeah, one of his grandfathers on his white side was an African slave. People
Dang.
didn't know that. Yeah.
He was actually the first. His descendant was the first African slave to be held longer past their indenture. This was like during the time of indentured servitude. You had the first 20. This was like
so
even
this
before
like
chattel
16,
slavery.
19.
Yeah. So his ancestor John Punch. Look it up, John Punch. He was the first African in the colonies to be held a slave past like for life, like past his indentured servitude.
So again, that's why people need to be careful with this ADO shit, because some white people have African slave ancestors and they're gonna get that money too because they can prove it.
They did the same thing with
they earned that shit. They earned that shit. That's passed down well. Yeah.
They did the same thing with the Native Americans too. They took their land, claimed that they Native Americans.
Yeah, they had the $5 Indians and shit.
Yeah.
There you go, that $5.
So now you're gonna have $5 African Americans, so people that's like 90% European with 5% African in them, and they're gonna say, yeah, my grandmother was a slave, and they're gonna get money.
As long as I get paid, I don't give a fuck who else get paid.
Hey, but you had the criteria though is you had to rep it though. You had to rep black. You can't be repping white. You feel me? on your goddamn on your license shit. You got to represent what you is. You can't switch up.
Right. Yeah, they'd be like, yeah, on your all your employment history, you got white man down there.
Yeah,
Like,
you
all
even
right.
a white boy for goddamn three generations now.
I had to pass to get a better life. That's why I'm white on there. I had to pass.
Pass your ass to the back. Pass your ass to the back of that line. Shit. See, we got left.
And even I saw some YouTube videos of some African Americans who did those DNA tests, and with those DNA tests, you find that you can go back farther on your mother's side. And when African Americans was doing some of their DNA, they found out that they've only been black for like 3 or 4 generations, and they could only go back to like they maternal DNA could only like go back to Europe and stuff. Like, but that's genetics for you.
That happens. Look at Drake. Like Drake, let's look at Drake, for example. You got Drake, his father's African American, his mother's a white, a Jewish lady. Then he got a son by this Eastern European lady. Imagine that little boy breeding with another white woman down the line. What do you think that's going to look like 150 years from now? If that
Shit,
DNA
look at Drake's son, how he look now. Look at Drake. Drake got a blonde hair, curly head, Jew looking son.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. Like Drake's mother is a Jew, his father's African American from Tennessee. The woman that he had that baby by is an Eastern European. You look at his son looks highly European with curly blonde hair. Imagine his son breeding with another white lady down the line. You can see a whole generational change within over less than 100 years. You can just look at this. This happens with people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Shit, look at that rapper Logic. Shit.
Yeah, all goddamn Blake Griffin. You already see with Blake, Blake's mother and his father. Then he married a white girl. His son looked white. Completely white.
Now imagine his son breeding with a white lady.
I know, right? All day fuck around and go back in with
look at some of them Habesha people and what it looked like when they mix with Arabians and Yemenis people. Motherfuckers look straight Middle East.
This goes to show you how animated America is. You don't know who your great grandkids are gonna breed with. Somewhere down the line, you might have one of your kids' generation who breeds with a whole lot of white people, and you got a whole lineage that becomes white 200 years from now, while the rest of your kids keep breeding with black people, and they're all descendants of you partial. You get what I'm trying to say? This shit crazy, yo.
Ain't they saying China? Not China. In Africa, they damn near creating a different ethnic group with the mixing of goddamn African and Chinese over there.
Absolutely.
Should I been doing that with that type of gene pool shit in motherfucking Madagascar, motherfucking Magazi and shit mixed with Bantus and shit.
They have the Indonesians. They have the Madagascarians. They have Indonesian and like half that indigenous population down there. Because if you read Basil Davidson's East and Central Africa, the Indonesians kept. Basil Davidson was a hero. I mean,
you love that. I know you love that. Go ahead. I was messing with you. Go ahead.
But when you read that book, you find that the Indonesians, they kind of used Madagascar as a colony, and they kept like going back and forth down there. So that's why when you look at the Madagascarian people, they generally have flatter faces, but they have brown skin. They have like curly hair. That's because they have Indonesian.
Yeah, you got Bantu. Shit. The Malagasy was there before the Bantu came there.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I just knew that
the Malagasy people was on the island before the Bantu came on the island.
No, he just saying he really don't know. God get you, Gully. He ain't saying you're wrong. He's like, I don't know.
Right. I didn't know about Indonesia.
Sexual selection is crazy because even within sub-Saharan Africa or south of the Sahara, with all these Asian immigrants going there, within the next 1,000 years, ain't no telling what these people gonna look like on the continent.
I know, right? It gonna look crazy in the
yeah. Shit, people trying to survive. It's crazy. So you have in genetics bottlenecks, you have founder effects. That shit is going on right now in our face, and we don't even see it. And even with us, if we stay here another 150 years, 200 years, and you see the people, the women that men are selecting now, and the women, like the shit that's going on in our communities where other groups of people are merging in our communities, like Mexicans and different groups. Bro, the direction that we going in is something totally different, bro. I'm just being honest. This nature rules everything, bro, regardless of what we feel.
Hey, so you saying Black Power gonna look different 100 years from now?
I think 100 years ago now, Black Power gonna look like Drake.
That nigga look crazy. That nigga look crazy as hell.
And I think it's gonna be very unique to find our brothers that still maintain the original color that we had when we first got here. But I'm just saying, like the way things is going through sexual selection and time, our feelings of what we feel we want things to be doesn't work like that. Shit, I might have a grandchild that thinks totally opposite than me. He might be a whole house nigga. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'd be hurt. I'd be, oh my God.
But you know what I'm saying? But they don't care how you feel. Shit.
But humans is complicated, though. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing about human beings, man. We complicated people, man. We don't just think one way. And we don't always agree with one another. So, and then, you got different time periods, So I agree. Like the population in America is going to look a lot different, in 100 years from now or whatever.
Even there was an article that I had read at high school that said European people are going to be the global minority by 2050.
Yeah, but they already the global minority. Globally, they already.
And like, there's already there's already arguments like talking about like this is why we see a massive rise in fascism right now, like up in Europe and the UK, because like they're the floodgates are like busting through now. So you're like, oh my God, like
Well, I can tell you this, by 2070, most of Europe is going to be some type of brown because you got Indian immigrants, a lot of sub-Saharan Africans, Amazigh immigrants, Asians, and they fucking. I don't want to speak vulgar like this, but I'm just going to keep it 100 we all from the streets. They fucking the shit out them European people, leaving babies behind. So I'm just trying to tell you by 2070, Europe ain't going to be the same either. The world is getting colorful.
That's why fascism is growing down there because they scared.
Absolutely. So and I noticed too, you have white people who don't like white people who go out their way to mess with people of color because their parents hated them, and it's a pet peeve to their parents, so they hate their parents, so they going out their way to breed more with people of color. In a hip hop culture, we got drill music in England now. You know what I'm saying? This little city in Chicago started this drill music, and certain portions of the South started this type of music. Now it's influential everywhere. You know how crazy people is about this dude NBA Youngboy? It's like a fucking cult, all flavors of people. So that's also influential of the behavior of people, in the new generation and new way. I'm telling you, it's going into a whole nother direction. We holding on to shit, trying to fight for shit, but this newer generation, their standards and morals or certain things that we stand for ain't even their stance no more. They don't even give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I already believe that my first grandchild is going to be mixed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, my son been having a girlfriend since they've been in 7th grade, and I don't see it coming to an end anytime soon. And I definitely don't see it coming to an end before they have a baby. You know what I'm saying?
That's real.
But she mixed with black and Mexican, though. So I mean, I ain't that upset.
Yeah, man, I had whole populations of my geology trees. Like one time period.
Yeah. My genetic tree is very complicated, especially when you get to my dad's side, because they like my mom's side, my grandfather, he was from Ghana. So, you can pretty much trace that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that complicated on that side. But on my dad's side, shit get real. I mean, by the time you get to his grandfather, you already talk about a white dude, a mixed dude already. You know what I'm saying?
What's your paternal marker, King?
My paternal marker. Hold on, let me pull that up. I'm gonna share my. I'm gonna pull it up and I'm gonna share my screen.
You got brothers in America who can be extremely dark but got British paternal markers. R1B. This is the creolization of being an African American. That's why I embrace the Western Sudanic creolization of us. We can't get past that. You know what I'm saying? We can't. It's just who we are. Rick Kittles is R1B
Shit, my paternal marker G2A. Shit.
And he got G, and that's them agricultural farmers that was in Anatolia that went through Eastern Europe, got caught up with a few British, and now my brother got a G marker. That's deep.
I'm related to the Otizzi.
Did he go out? What does that mean?
The Iceman. And me and Larry Bird got identical paternal markers. He got the same exact G branch I got.
That's powerful.
I don't know why I can't pull shit up. Hold on, let me do it on my phone.
That's why they kill me with haplogroup shit, because we got differences even in us, and they try to say that's a determining factor to say what you are. And ethnically, it doesn't even make sense. Even within one ethnic group, you can have different paternal markers and mitochondrial DNA. I take you to Somalia, they're highly EM78, but then you got paternal marker T amongst them as well. You go to the Habasha, they got all types of shit in Ethiopia. You know, it's crazy.
So on 23andMe, I go to my ancestry report.
Yeah, go to your paternal marker. They say paternal and maternal.
I saw that, but I don't see that now. It's the fuck up.
Yeah, my maternal marker from Angola.
Let me do this. I'm gonna do it like this. Hold on. You gonna walk me through this, but let me get it on. I'm gonna switch to my phone. 1 second, y'all. This technology is motherfucking crazy, you know it. All right, let me mute this. Let me make sure. God damn. All right, am I sharing? I'm sharing now, right?
Yeah, I see it. Go down to your go to ancestral composition. Not that.
Oh, let me go to home.
Yeah, go to home. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Go to paternal inheritance. No, not the paternal inheritance. That's your go to ancestry report.
Ancestry report.
Okay, that's your DNA. Now go down. No, not that. That's your autosomal DNA, which is your DNA composition. You
Okay.
got your European there.
So I go back.
Go to where it says DNA. I see DNA relatives. Not that. It should give you. It should be on the ancestry report, but
because I saw it too. It used to be right up here where it says paternal, and you know what I mean.
And maternal. Yeah, go to ancestry report again. Or it took you to no. That's your autosomal. So
okay.
Go down. Go down past all that. Go down past all your autosomal when you go back.
Okay.
None of that. Go back to your autosomal.
Where's that at? Okay, let me go up.
Go back to that. Go back to your ancestry report.
Go to ancestry report.
Yeah. Now go down. Go past all that. Go down. Go all the way down.
Okay.
All the way down.
That's it. I'm all the way down.
Oh. Hold on. Damn, what they changed some shit around?
I think they changed something around because it don't even look the same no more.
It upgraded. Go back. We're gonna find this haplogroup. It should be up there. It should say maternal and paternal. So you got DNA relatives, go over at the top.
Yeah, I think that's where it's at too.
Oh, you are already ahead of me.
That's just the people that you're related to. Go back.
Okay. Is it life dash? No, that's not it. Blood markers. That's what it. Blood and markers. That's what it should be, right?
It should say paternal markers. That's your That's telling you your health and all that. Not that, none of that. That's your health and all that. Your triglycerides, cholesterol levels, and all that. Your traits. Where the hell is that shit at, yo?
Man, they switched something around. Paternal. Let me go here.
Go to paternal inheritance. Let's see what it's saying. Okay, your dad.
Mm-hmm.
What you have an inheritance that you accumulated from your mother and your father, which isn't the same thing as well. Let me see if I can go on mine. 1 second. See what.
Yeah, because I used to could get they changed it, the page a little bit. Yeah, let me see. Physical feature.
You would think it'd be in biomarkers.
Where you see that at? Oh, okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, yeah. It would seem like it would be here. Blood, man. This is all like health and shit. But sub-Saharan African, I'm 87.4% sub-Saharan African.
My friend who's African American who did his ancestry DNA, he like 94%. And then the rest of it is like Northern European.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got 10%. Yeah.
I'm like 70, I'm 75%.
I ain't got no American Indian in me, man.
Wait, hold on.
1.2.
It said indigenous American. That's 1.2.
Yeah. Very little.
Still, it's in
you. Yeah. But this is like the Nigerian and the Ghanaian, Libyan. Like I already kind of knew that just because of my grandfather. You know what I'm saying? My mom's dad. This European, that come from my dad. That come from my dad's dad.
Didn't you say your granddaddy was Ghanaian?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a John Henry Clark when he visited Elmina. You can look up this video on YouTube. He talked about how the British would they'll leave a mixed population by those slave dungeons, and they kind of created a mixed class, like Casey Hayforth came out of that. So that's not surprising.
Right.
I'm scared to take one of those DNA tests because it's like I feel like I know where mine will lead up to.
It'll probably look not just like mine because my ancestors, but it'll look similar. I mean, I don't think it wouldn't look too much different than mine. You know what I mean?
Because my mama, she's what she look like? She looked like Malcolm X for real. You know how like really light and like red. That's my mom's like entire side of the family. So that red hair thing that comes from, that's actually a Norse thing, by the way. So like if I do one on my mom's side, it's gonna say mostly European. Then on my dad, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just interesting, man. The whole DNA thing. You know, I like I said, I kind of had an idea of mine, but it's just interesting when you look at some of your relatives. Like if you look at my DNA, like the people that's related to me, like man, it's all over the place, man. I got all kinds of relatives, like white ones, you know, black, you know, all kinds.
I think I know where I'm descended from an African, though, like specifically. Cause I know a whole lot of people from like West Africa, right? Like specifically like the coast areas. And you know they all tell me who I look like? They all tell me that I look like a a Liberian Pele person. And then I kept hearing that over and over again. And I had looked up the Liberians and the Pele people specifically, and I have their exact same face, like the facial structure and everything. I'm like, oh, spatial autocorrelation.
Yeah. You know, like I say, it's all interesting, man. It's the whole, genetic thing is all interesting. And I think it helps us to have a better a scientific understanding of the human population. You know what I'm saying, and how humans work. I think Ngozi brought up sexual selection. All of that factors in. Natural selection, dietary habits, all that factors into how we look, and our phenotypes and all of that. So it's all interesting, but I'm gonna say, man, we done been on for a little while, man. This was a lunchtime show, and I'm gonna kind of go ahead and wrap it up. If anybody want to have some, final words, I think we might go on again about 8. So it's up to Sheffrin if we're gonna go on again at 8. This was the lunchtime thing was my suggestion, and I really enjoyed the conversation, man. Everybody, man. I like arguing with y'all got a chance to kind of see how we argue, on the iPhone thing. You know what I'm saying? So like that's kind of what we do, kind of how we hash it out. Me and Sheffrin, we always double team on what I mean, just to beat him up a little bit. Keep the old man on his toes and shit. But man, if
around the same age.
No, I'm Unc is my dad's age. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 40.
How old is Unc?
Shit, Unc like 55 or something. My dad is like 57 or 58. Yeah. He's somewhere around that area. He's 17 years older than me. I'm 40, so yeah.
Oh, he had you when
with
he
him
was
at 57.
young.
Yeah. Huh?
So he had you when he was a little young then.
Yeah, they were 17. Him and my mom, they both were 17 when I was born. And I kept it going. Well, I was 18 when I had my first, but my son, he broke the pattern. My kids broke the pattern. They not doing like me. But yeah, man. I like I said, I appreciated everybody for coming out. And Ngozi, man, Geechee, you brought some hella points. Sosa, you already know, man. You the sympathizer, man. You a pseudo enabler, man. You be enabling these motherfuckers. So I'm fucking with you. You my guy. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody. Adrian, you already know I appreciate you coming out, man, all the time to share your thoughts with us. Give us a youth perspective. You know what I'm saying? So keep joining the panel, man, if you can, man. Whenever we go live, man, you're more than welcome.
I'm on the panel like every time y'all come on.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. You just keep on joining, man. Keep having these conversations with us. Keep bringing that nuanced young point of view to it. Sometimes, man, we get stuck in our ways, and we don't want to be doing that, man.
Can I help close out, and then we just transition from like I just got final words, and then someone else can say something.
Go ahead, go say your final words. Yeah.
All right, my final words is this. Egypt was a Afro-Mediterranean civilization. It wasn't particularly African, and it wasn't particularly Mediterranean. And I enjoyed the conversation when what's the dude that the geneticist. I like when he got on there, and I like when Brother Reggie came up out of nowhere. That was funny. But I like all the different perspectives over here. I get challenged a lot when I'm over here. That's what I like about it. All right, that's my words of wisdom.
We appreciate that, brother. Geechee, you got anything for us, bro, before we go? I think Geechee already done checked out on us, which is cool, man. Hopefully he join us on like I said, look out for us at 8. I ain't totally sure if we going live at 8, but just look out for us.
Yeah, I'm my bad, bro. I'm gonna try to jump on at 8 o'clock, bro. You try to get in with y'all later on.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about Asar and him showing us these quantum field theory being African culture. So yeah, I want to look out for that, and that's going to be a real interesting conversation. So just like I always say, man, a lie make it halfway around the world before the truth get out of bed and get his pants on. You know what we doing? We up and getting the truth out here, y'all. So peace. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. See y'all at 8, man. Peace.
Peace.